I need to push the record button or mic's up. I got my
Now we black, we grew up in black church. How y'all doing? All right. I'm Angela Rye, and this is my co-host, my brother, my friend, Andrew Gillum. Does your mic work?
Good morning, everybody. We fired up?
All right.
No. We're trying to pierce the ears and the consciousness of these legislators who are trying to throw us 100 years back. Are we fired up? Fired up? Fired up? I know y'all are ready to go in, ready to vote, right? Fired up and ready to vote. Angela, I think we got a group that is fired up and ready to vote, but I know one more person who might get y'all just a little bit more hype, And it is our guest host for today's podcast, which is what Angela and I are here representing Native Land Pod, but we're here in strict solidarity with this fight here in Mississippi and all over the country as we try to take back what we fought so hard, our ancestors died, bled, fought for, and we're the recipients of. And they want to give us rights that are less than the rights that our foreparents had 100 years ago. And I think we got a message to send them today and over the coming days, coming years, whatever is required until we get what we are owed. Angela, our brother Eddie Glaude is here. Y'all know
Dr.
Eddie?
Glaude in the
Professor?
building.
Y'all know Professor Dr. Eddie?
Where's he going?
Hey, you up here with us, man. Can y'all give him a round of applause as he joins us?
So as he joins us,
A native son.
just a couple of things. One is our podcast is the proud recipient last year of an NAACP Image Award. So we're so thrilled to be standing here in solidarity with NAACP. So many others of you who are doing the work on the ground every single day. Tell your neighbors if they have know how to come on in. We are the pre-show. Native Land Pod is beginning a tour we wanted to launch right here in Jackson, Mississippi. This is the 250th anniversary of this country, and we don't know what we're celebrating. So we have America 250, a nation on fire, and we'll be in rural communities for the next several months leading up to the midterm elections. We know the midterm is just a stopping point. We've got a lot of organizing to do, a lot of work to do around making sure that Black political power is never compromised. Is that right, y'all?
That's right.
All right. Dr. Eddie Glaude, we're going to sit down and chat.
Well, our native son, give some greetings to
It is so good to be home. I'm a country boy from Moss Point, Mississippi, and we're out here ready to fight. They think they have done something, but they ain't seen nothing yet. Is that right? Is that right? Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm delighted to be here.
Well, you know, they thought the rain was going to stop us, Dr. Glaude, and the rain could not stop us. We cannot be stopped. We won't be stopped. So I want to just start right here because so many folks have been talking about the fact that this is, no, stay right there. No, there's going to be more people joining us. But I wanted to talk just for a moment about some of the blind spots we have. So we know that they have gone after Louisiana with the Supreme Court decision. We know after the Louisiana decision, Alabama said, well, hold my beer. Let me check on these maps too. So now they've got Alabama in the crosshairs. We saw what Tennessee did, not only changing their map, removing the only majority-minority district in the state of Tennessee, but also saying, you know what, we're going to go a little further. We're going to take all of these folks who stood up for black voices and black voters, we're going to take them off of their committees. Black people and white women and one white man, all of the rest of the white male Democrats could keep their committees. But what's interesting, and I don't know if you all are following this, I'm from the state of Washington. There are Washington legislators, I won't say what party since this is a non-partisan event, but y'all can figure it out, read between the lines. They pursued a map to remove a majority-minority state legislative district in Washington State. We're not supposed to be touched there, right, y'all? They just appealed to the Supreme Court. So I want to ground us in, this is not a regional battle. We know that we need to come here because this is the birthplace of our movement. We need to come here to be fortified, to make sure we don't turn a blind eye to the South. But how did we get here, Dr. Glaude?
Well, first of all, I just want to say that it's an honor to be in this conversation, and so much is happening. But, you know, I keep thinking of something Malcolm X said since we've just passed his birthday, right? Malcolm said, as long as you're south of the Canadian border, you're in the South. Part of what he's trying to suggest here is that the ethos of the South is the beating heart of the nation. The South as a region has to bear the burden of the country's sins. But the country's sins don't belong to the South alone. So what we're seeing is an all-out effort, right? And the South is just simply the incubator for the evil that will be transferred across the country. Because remember, one of the first gestures was to California, right? And so if we wanted to tell the story of the country, Washington, Oregon, These are places that were fundamentally, particularly a state like Oregon, was all right for a moment, right? So we're in this moment, I think we're in a moment in American history that we can best describe as a second lost cause. A second lost cause. And what's so interesting about the lost cause, of course, has everything to do with telling a particular story of the country. It has everything to do with a certain kind of historical memory. It has everything to do with disenfranchising Black folk. It has everything to do with a kind of violent seizure of power. Think about it. We're right here in Mississippi, facing redistricting here in Mississippi. It was the Mississippi Plan that became the blueprint for the South. We think about what happened in Vicksburg in 1875. And we think about what the Mississippi Plan included. It included, of course, violence. It included a coup. Governor Ames was run out of here. But it also involved a wholesale disenfranchisement of Black folk, which led, of course, was consolidated by the 1890s in the state. So what we're seeing is an iteration, a modern iteration of sensibility that's in the soil of the country, not just in the South. Right? And so part of our task is not to read this moment as somehow unusual, but as simply the underbelly of the nation making itself known. So it gives us a sense of the scope and scale of what we have to do in this moment. It's more than just simply registering to vote. It's more than just simply mobilizing. We have to
stay there. Tell us what else, because I do think, and if we're honest, we're having a family discussion, right? We default to, this is why we got to register to vote and why we got to turn out in November. Both things are true. But what else does civic engagement look like? What else does fighting back look like in this moment, Dr.
I think this is the key, right? We have to break the back of the politics that produce the moment. I mean, we're in farm country, right? Well, not necessarily Jackson, but you know what I mean. If the acidity of the soil is such that it can only grow weeds, what you supposed to do? You're supposed to change the soil. So it's this soil in the country that produced Trumpism. And so you just can't continue to plant in it. You got to change the soil. And so part of what we need to do is in my view, and this is just mine, we need to expand the courts, right? I think we also need to address the Electoral College. Abolish or address the Electoral College. We need to engage in political action that will fundamentally transform how we engage in it. And the one thing we have to do is that we can no longer be a captured electorate. It can't be the case that our interests have to be muted in order to engage the body politic. We can't sacrifice our interests for the name of something broader, for something more general, because we see that at some point it's going to be to our detriment.
You know, it's interesting with Dr. Eddie. We were talking last week, and I'd be interested in what the audience thinks about how we as Black people leverage our political vote, our political power. And don't get me wrong, I'm not in the lane of Stephen A. Smith, who says Black people ought to give Republicans a chance and see if we can get something in reverse. I've never heard anybody exercise the logic that you offer your vote to a party who is working overtime to take away every right that you have. He also underestimates the sophistication of Black voters, in my opinion, and our ability to realign when we need to realign. We were Republicans at one point. When the Republican Party got away from us, we did a great alignment, and we chose to align with a party that was expressive of our interests. And now we're at a place, I feel, where Democrats have had 60 votes in the Senate. Frankly, during the time of Obama's presidency, 61 votes. We've had a majority in the U.S. House of Representatives, yet there was no reauthorization of Section 5, no girding, protecting Section 2, Section 3. There was no expansion of the U.S. Supreme Court. In fact, we got our Supreme Court justice robbed from us a year out from Obama's retirement from the presidency. And a Democratic Party in some realms believe that even though this redistricting may remove Black seats, it may create the opportunity for white candidates who may be the right type of Democrat to potentially compete and win some of these seats, which tells me that there are people out there who are supposed to be allied with us who are missing our point, which is this isn't about the Democratic Party necessarily. This is about Black voices and Black representation, Black votes, Black issues, Black money, and our ability to elect leaders who reflect us. So if we are right now in a party where we may not be 100% aligned on why this fight around redistricting matters so much to Black voters, should we be thinking about what it looks like to have coalition governing like you see in Europe and in other parts of the world where you've got multiple parties, and let's just say we were the Black People Party.
Yes.
And the Black People Party decided that we were going to support a Speaker of the House who was going to advance the Voting Rights Act, reassure it, and make sure the courts can't get around it, who are going to create the kind of agenda that creates empowerment for us rather than, wait, it's not your turn yet. We need another cycle. Wait just a little bit longer. We don't want to lose our opportunity at a majority. Let's put your issues just to the side here while we figure it out. And when we figure it out, we'll come back to it. And by, come back to it never comes. So when you talk about the soil being rotten, the soil producing weeds, which are of no value, how do we deal in a climate where we are basically run down on every side? We've got enemies all around.
I mean, that was just a brilliant analysis, Brother Andrew. Let me just say this. We know the limits of the two-party system in the United States and how that impacts political demand. But one thing we need to be mindful of, and this is what I take from your analysis, and Angela, I would love what you think about this too. Our movement cannot function as the left wing of the Democratic Party. I want to say that again. Our movement cannot function as the left wing of the Democratic Party because it means that Black interest, how we define Black interest, gets circumscribed, constrained by the interest of the party. One of the things that there's a story we can tell about how the movement got conscripted, drafted into this form. Some people will say it's Jesse's 88 campaign that made that happen. That's too narrow. But the point is, when we reduce our interest to the well-being of the party, we then, in fact, position ourselves to be left behind. And so there, it's a cliche, but there are no permanent friends. There are only permanent interests. In a certain way, right? And what does that mean for us? That means we have to do the hard work of unpacking what those interests are and what kinds of policies we need in order to secure the flourishing of the communities we care most about. Because people are willing to sacrifice us for whatever they want.
Well, and here's the thing about that, and I think it's really important, again, for all of us. This is a nonpartisan event. But what we know is that racism is bipartisan and nonpartisan. There folks don't know bounds when it comes time to figure out who the sacrificial lamb is, and to the point, we are always the sacrificial lamb. But what I think is most exciting about this moment we're in, you talked about a Black party. It's also about voting Black interests. And I see a member, a former U.S. attorney who was appointed under the Biden administration, was seeking a judgeship, and the Senate paused on his nomination to a United States Senator here by the name of Cindy Hyde-Smith. He's here today, and he will be joining us shortly. He's running for the United States Senate. Y'all give it up for Scott Colom. I know we got some technical things to work out. He's getting mic'd up, but while that happens, I do think it's important for us to lean in right now around our political power. There's just a huge, amazing rally in Montgomery, Alabama, convened by many of our nation's civil rights orgs, including NAACP, one of the leaders of that tremendous convening with more than 6,500 people 82 satellite events in 24 states, is sitting right here on the front row. Y'all, please give it up for Melanie Campbell, who's the creator of the Black Women's Roundtable, the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation. Y'all can do better than that. She organized us. Come on. Has been doing that. But I think this is the part. I don't want to speak for Melanie, but I'm going to just for a moment. She has to be looking at this moment. Like, Andrew, you have to be looking at this moment. Like, how many times did we have to tell y'all this is where we were headed? How many times did we have to sound the alarm for crisis at this level to hit for you to take us seriously? How many times do you have to yell, get out the vote because it can get worse? Do it because your ancestors died for the right. How many times did it have to happen? And what will it take for us to never get here again?
You know, part of it, for me, even as I was asking and discussing, just here a moment ago about what do we do with our power when it feels like we're always the ones whose list get moved to the bottom. Anytime we find ourselves, or rather the larger structure finds itself between a rock and a hard place. The problem is that when you got Satan 2.0 on one hand and an imperfect ally on the other end, we know that we're going to get the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst if this devil wins. And in this place, we got to negotiate ourselves, and we may get something, but we're not going to get really what we need. So, y'all, I feel like it's rock and a hard place is, my mama and grandmama used to say it all the time, but I feel like it's insufficient to describe the moment, right? It's crisis on every side. 600,000 Black women began the year with a job, and halfway through it, in this Trump administration, are without. We're talking about the people who breathe life and love and history and future into our community, who now have to think differently about this thing because no longer does what I bring in make a way for house and home. So we're in crisis. Yeah. So in crisis, how do we negotiate our political power to get better, do better, while at the same time we're in a sinking ship?
So to that, how do we get better, do better? Part of that, y'all, is we have to elect people who are representing our interests. This is, I know it's nonpartisan. This is not an endorsement. It's just the fact of the matter. This is a Black man. He's been Black his whole life. Okay? He said, I'm a cheer for that. I love that. Right? So I want you to talk about, Scott, why it's important for you to take on a state like Mississippi. There are people who would look at how statewide races normally perform, how candidates have performed over the last several decades, and say, this is an uphill battle. It's a hill not worth climbing. What made you say, I absolutely need to do this, and my time is now?
Listen, it's people in this audience that made me do it. It's these people. And I'll tell you, too often the country has ignored Mississippi to its detriment. And we've been making progress in Mississippi that doesn't get recognized. If you look at 2018, Mike Espy got within 5 points of winning. 2019, Jim Hood, 4 points. 2023, Brandon Persley, 3 points, 27,000 votes. Last year, Senator Isom broke the supermajority in the state Senate. They drew her map to be 51% African-American. She won 75% of the vote, y'all.
You need to come here and talk to us too. Come on, ma'am. Come on up here and tell us how to get this done. That's a remarkable point.
Yeah. And then you look at the primary. When I first announced, a lot of people told me across the country that, it wasn't even worth me running. They weren't gonna give me the time of day. So I went out and I campaigned all across the state of Mississippi. I've been to probably 40 of the 82 counties already. And what the people of Mississippi did for me is they created the momentum. Because in that primary, we increased turnout by 90%. We closed the gap between the Republican primary voters and the Democratic primary voters by 20 points. And we didn't have that much money to spend. The people did it. The people did it. And the internet poll came out showing that within 3 points of beating Cindy Hyde Smith, that when the voters are informed about what I'm running on and what my values are, we're actually up 1 point. Because here's the mistake, people like, I call it Cindy High Prices because all we got is high prices from her.
I'm just going to remind the candidate, is this still a nonpartisan event before we go too far down this road?
Thank you for that reminder. But I think the mistake that people that are trying to take us back are making in this moment is everybody understands when they go to the gas station, the prices are too high. Everybody understands they go to the grocery store, the prices are too high. Everybody understands that Greenwood Hospital now says filing for bankruptcy, which is going to cause chaos to the Delta. It's taking away health care. It's going to cause that economy to go further and further in the wrong direction. Everybody understands that, and they're not talking about those issues at all. They're not trying to make the average Mississippian's life better. They are trying to divide us and distract us because it's all about them keeping power. They don't want the voters to pick them anymore. They want to pick their voters. And what we got to do in the state is we got to come together and we got to show the country that our future is better than our past. Together, we can write a chapter for our state that shows the country that we matter.
I love that.
Senator, soon to be senator.
Yes, sir.
And I believe we got the Republican supermajority breaking member of the legislature. Can you tell us visitors, you know, my wife was born in Jackson, Mississippi. Can you tell us what you did to make the difference there? And moreover, do you see that colleagues on the side who are willing to be people of conscience and of goodwill and stewards of democracy and the Constitution, not just in word, but in deed, and stop some of these overreaches for power, taking away the vote of Black folks in the state?
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Senator Theresa Gillespie Isom, District 2, DeSoto County and Tunica County, Mississippi. And when I ran my race in 25, started the primary in June, I had a lot of people to come out and support me. They felt like we needed representation in DeSoto and Tunica County. The young people often would come to me, especially now that I have won this race, and they are so proud. They said, I am so glad to have someone that looks like me, that represents me. When I came in this morning, there was a young man in the hallway. He came to me and gave me a hug. But it's so important that we try to look at the future. What's happening, the people, the past generation, look to see that the future for us is gonna be where we are today, that I had an opportunity to win a race. And now we need to make sure, just like I'm a nurse, my little granddaughter, she's in the 11th grade. I asked her, what does she want to do? She put down she wants to be a nurse. So she may want to also become a senator or be someone in politics. We need to give them that opportunity. Let their voice be heard.
That's really good. I want to make sure that while we're letting your voices be heard, that you all know that on the side of the room, we are also letting your bellies be full. There's free lunch here, and we want to make sure that you all can partake. We know it's been a long day already, but it'll be a longer day, but this is well worth the sacrifice. So, of course, we're Black in America, so we're going to make sure you eat. I want to also open this up. Lolo, I'm not sure where you are, but we have a mic floating audience Q&A. This was intended to be a town hall and an interactive conversation. We already had one comment. We had a vet come up and say, I don't know why that flag is hanging right side up. This country's in a mess. It need to be upside down. And I was like, well. So I want to make sure we open up questions. But Dr., I know you wanted to say something for a minute.
I wanted to ask the question. It's important for us to have representatives. What's the substantive policy positions that you're bringing to your constituencies that excites them? What's different about you that can change the face of politics in the state of Mississippi?
Well, I'll tell you, Doc, I represent a district that's majority white. It's district attorney, 57% white. And when I ran for that race, they told me I had no chance to win. I was running against a 27-year incumbent, and I was running on criminal justice reform. In my first speech, I said, listen, we're sending too many people to prison. If sending people to prison made everybody safe, we'd be the safest place in the world. But the reality is much more complicated than that. And we have to be smart on crime. And what I found was there's issues in Mississippi that working people can unite around that don't sound partisan. So when I go, I ran into a Republican voter in Calhoun County. Initially, he didn't want to take my card. He said, well, what? I told him because I was a Democrat. And I said, well, let me tell you the type of Democrat I am. I'm for higher wages. We haven't raised the minimum wage in close to 20 years. And if you raise the minimum wage, you boost all wages. I'm for lower cost. The tariffs are destroying farmers, it's destroying people at the grocery store, causing chaos for small businesses. That's not good for Mississippi. And last, I'm for affordable, accessible health care for everybody. Those are the values I'm running on. Those are not partisan issues. Those are Mississippi issues. And there are a lot of working class Mississippians that can unite around issues if we can get the message to them. We have to be able to raise enough money to get the message to them. But at the end of the day, my main strategy is I'm not just gonna rely on TV. I'm gonna do TV, I'm gonna do it. But I'm also gonna get out there and touch people. I go all around the state asking voters what matters to them. And you know what the number one answer I get is? Somebody who does what they say they're gonna do. People do not trust the politicians. So what we have to do is we have to show up, listen, gain their trust when we get back in power. Because I do believe we're gonna have a moment where this is gonna backfire on them. When we get back in power, we have to deliver for working people to make their lives better.
So our floating mic is right here. If you have a question, what we're going to ask you to do is say your name and where you're from, and then ask your question or make your statement. We do want to hear from our audience as well. Also joining us, no, not yet. Okay, not joining us, but you all have joined us, so we're going to keep going with this. All right.
What are y'all predictions about how bad it gets before we know in the history of the country, particularly the people, our progress, our advancement is often immediately followed by the clawback. We win, and then we seem to lose more than we thought we had won, and then we win again and we go back. In the moment where we right now find ourselves, as we think about this redistricting battle and the stripping away and the reductionist politics that reduces our vote and our impact, what do you think the floor is? What does the floor look like before we shoot back to a ceiling, if we shoot back?
I think the floor is very low. There is no floor. I think what they'll do is people like Chad White, Governor Reeves, they're going to try to divide the state up in ways where they just keep power. So they don't have to be accountable to voters. And it won't just stop with congressional districts. It'll go to the state house. It'll go to the nonpartisan judges. They'll try to keep as much power as they can. You want to speak to that?
Yes. On April 3rd, 2 days before the end of the session, a resolution was being written. And the resolution was to remove my seat and also Johnny Dupree's seat. That resolution was brought to the committee, but the committee did not pass it. And my thoughts was because of the Louisiana Caucus decision that was, being brought up. Because at that point, we had so many other, seats that they wanted to look at. So soon as the decision was brought down on the Louisiana Caucus, then the governor now says he's going to look at all of the seats. So my seat, District 2, which was brought about as far as lawsuit that occurred in 25. It was presented because of the fact that we did not have a representative for the Black people there in Tunica County. I am Black representative.
We should applaud history being made.
Yes.
But it is a shame that it took to 2025 for that to happen.
Right. And I'm the first female. So that was a double whammy. First Black, first female. And, you know, the people came out, they voted. My opponent was doing everything they could to stop me. But God had a plan. And I believe, again, that God will continue to have the plan because we as a people need representation.
I love it. We do have an audience question right over here with Tyleek. Tyleek, wear your hand so they know you are the one with the mic. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Richard Coleman, and I'm probably one of the oldest members of the NAACP. Also, I was an elected official in Meridian, Mississippi. But my question is, what are we doing to engage young folk to carry the torch? We can talk it or we walk in it. Are we going to the school district and visiting schools and talking to young people, the churches, and saying that their voice is a vote and their vote do count? I have so many young people say, why should I vote? It don't go, it don't count. I said, well, let me tell you this, young person and old folk. If you don't vote, it counts anyway. It counts for the opposite side.
That's good.
So I think we should engage ourselves and for us old people that's been in the office of ownership, we need to identify young folk and engage them in involving in public rights, civil rights, quality education. All those factors is very important. God has blessed me to see 85 years. And I started when I was about 12 years old, drinking out of water fountain. Say color only. Bathroom. Sitting on the back of the bus. But I didn't just go along with that. I stood up. And I got drafted in the military. I'm saying this because it can probably inspire young folk to get involved and you have a voice. I got drafted in the Army. I joined the Army Reserve because I said, why should I want to be part of an organization that's killing other folks? My aim is right here in Meridian, Mississippi, when I can't use public accommodation. So I'm saying this because I'm going to show you how with God you can do pretty much. I ended up teaching race relations for all military. I did it for 13 years. They say race relation and then they change to human relation. And you got to walk the walk. If you don't walk the walk and just talk the talk, it don't mean nothing. Engage our young folks.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Coleman. Tyleek, I'm actually gonna have you address the part that was his question. That was extremely powerful. Thank you, because we need to deepen into the reminders of our history for those of us who don't know. And for you to be here walking history, proud of where you come from and understand how much you had to fight, that is so encouraging. I want you for a moment to address what we're doing or what we must do to engage young people.
Absolutely, and I want to just shout out to you for sharing your story. We stand on the shoulders of sheroes and heroes of our elders who paved the way. So let's give it up for all of our elders in the room. I want to share something that my mentor shared with me. He said, it's not about a generation that has it all or a generation that has all the energy, but it's our synergy that matters. And I would implore each of you in your respective places to ensure that you make room for young people to be at the table in those conversations, to make sure that they feel included, that they are included, and that their voices and that their ideas come to fruition a part of your plans. I know oftentimes it can be uncomfortable. We can be uncomfortable in places where things may look different, but it's all right for things to look different, right? Because it is the differences that help shift the narrative, to push the envelope a little further. So I encourage you to get uncomfortable. It's all right with being uncomfortable, because complacency is what? The enemy of accomplishment. And what we are doing in this space, we want to continue to have real dialogue and conversation with young people, having tough conversations sometimes and meeting them where they are. So that means showing up in different places. Yes, we are engaging them on our college campuses and our youth councils and et cetera, and in schools, but also where are we meeting them outside the schools? Where are they meeting at? Where are they convening at? And so meeting them where they are is going to be important for us. And we also want to make sure that they are the ones telling the story, that their story matters. Our young people, you can walk in there with your head held high, your shoulders lifted, God sent you there because your story matters. And oftentimes they try to discount the story or the upbringing of where our young people come from. They all have their own lived experiences, so we want to lift up their storytelling so they can tell the story and the narrative why this is important to them. And that's why we just launched our digital organizers. I'm gonna do a kudos. Youth in College is celebrating 90 years this year. And so we were also going to ensure that we are continuing to build legacy and also empowering our young folks to be connected to our elders, but also of how they can build what this new generation of activism looks like in the 21st century.
Tyleek, I'm gonna keep you in the hot seat, and I'm also gonna put all young people in the room in the hot seat. If you are 18 or under, can you raise your hand? Okay, I see a few.
I think they in school.
I'm about to raise my hand too, because some of y'all, I think y'all not telling the truth. I'm raising my hand too. I'm just checking. It's okay, just in case. Because my dad used to take me out of school for stuff like this. So pardon activist in me. Hey, baby, you cheating, because your daddy got the mic. We're going to come to you another time. But I want to get some college-age students. If you're 18 to 24, raise your hands. There's about 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, Tyleek, I want you to go find a student, stand by them, because the NAACP just announced Out of Bounds.
We did.
Out of Bounds is trying to get young people, the fans, the states that are impacted or impacting us in the SEC, all of the public schools, the public colleges, restricting our athletes, Black student athletes, from going to those schools because of your administrations cannot stand up for Black voting power, our rights. Our students should not have to go play at your university. And I've seen a lot of people having a lot to say about what could be done, what should be done better, and we stay the perfect being the enemy of the good. We got to do something, and I would argue now the next frontier is economic, right? So, Tyleek, I want you to weigh in here. If you see a college student that has something to say about this, we can have a debate. Some good debaters up here, but we got to do something next. Go ahead.
That's right. Ain't nothing wrong with debate. We did just Out of Bounds. Like I said, our Black athletes are making these colleges millions and millions of dollars. And so we're saying, how can we redirect that power and give them the authority over their talents? And oftentimes this is a conversation of how the college athletics is looking at our students as if proper. They're not. They are their talents, and we're encouraging our students, if your university, recruitment is just no longer about if it's a good facility. Recruitment is no longer about if the coaching staff is good. There's some good coaching staffs at our HBCUs, right? Let's get it right. But recruitment is also about if your university will stand up for your diversity, your equity, and your inclusion. So we're encouraging our students and our athletes to ask that question on that, and we're doing some evaluations and of these universities. And so that is our encouragement. But this is not only on the students as well. This is on the fans. This is on the alumni. This is on our corporate, our donors that is going to these universities. We're encouraging, don't buy a ticket. Season pass that you got last year, don't get it again until they get it right. And so we have to use our economic power to ensure we are holding them accountable.
I think this is really important. We can talk about the historical parallels and the repetition. Let's be clear. This ain't 1965. It's not 1865. We're not the black people of 1965 or 1865. And so part of what we have to do is to understand our power and exercise it with intent, right, and purpose. We have to figure out the leverage points. We have more capacity in our community than we've ever had. We have people who have been positioned in places of power in ways that we've rarely had. The numbers are such. We don't need to sit back on our heels and watch white folk lose their mind. So the question for us is, what are our leverage points? And I say this, that the economic is not the next frontier, Sister Ange. It's always been here. It's always been here. So what are the leverage points? And what are the sacrifices requisite for us to speak truth, exercise the power we've gained up to this time? And if you are in a position of power, whether you're in a law firm, whether you're at a university, whether you are in a media institution, and you're not exercising that power, what the hell are you there in the first place? So we got young men with NIL, young women with NILs. They're going to make a bunch, they're going to get the bag. What are you getting it for and for whom? We have to begin to leverage our power like we got it. And stop acting like these folk can move on us and we're just going to sit here and sing. We got to figure out how we're going to move. In other words, can we exercise some power with the power we have? Does that make sense?
Absolutely. It would also make sense at this time. He's been key in organizing most of the activities today and so much more. He is our good brother and friend, Charles, he is the Mississippi Conference Executive Director of NAACP. We have him join us now. I need one of these shirts, Charles. Yes, I fight for voting rights. Y'all can do better than that. We've been working hard fighting for black people. Let's go. That's better.
Good morning, good morning. So we got 2,000 shirts, so I know I got at least one for you, Angela.
I appreciate that. You know, black people like free stuff. I definitely want my shirt. I'd wear it right now if I had it.
And I'm grateful for you and Andrew and Eddie being here in Mississippi. Thank you. Mississippi is always home to you, right. Especially to you.
Absolutely.
Oh, we have another question right here.
Question. My name is Robert Irvin, and I live here in Jackson, Mississippi. And my question is, when we talk about race, we're all people of color. That's Caucasians.
Kylie, we can't hear. Have the mic a little closer.
My name is Robert Irvin, and my question is, we are all people of color. That's including Caucasians. They are of color. We are all, and we're gonna stand together. We have to unite. Divided we together we stand, and divided we fall. So we have to incorporate all races of color to stand against racism, because we have a felon in the White House and we need to get him out.
Amen.
Senator.
Okay. I just wanted to make a point, and that is when we talk about our youth. One of the things I think that we often forget, I was an educator of nursing, but for our children and our young adults, they took civics out of schools. When we went to school, I know when I went to school, we had that as a class. So now that's being put back into the curriculum. It was a bill, has been passed, so the students will get that. And I know in DeSoto County, the students, before they graduate, they have to register to vote. That is a part. So all of those things, when we talk about our youth, we have to remember that they didn't go the same way that we went. I was so glad when I got 18 that I could register to vote, but it hadn't been pressed upon them. They hadn't had the struggles that we did when we were coming up. So that made a big difference. So now that this is going to be placed back, hopefully the youth and the young adults will start, taking it important that it's need to be registered to vote. When Kamala Harris was running, I did 35 voter registration drives. I registered 298 people. And in talking with some of the youth when I would go to them, my vote doesn't make a difference. I don't need to vote. Or if I put my name on there, then they're going to call me for jury duty. So they didn't have an understanding. So now we need to be able to educate, and being placed back in the curriculum of the school, I think it will help.
Just speaking of jury duty, having been a person who needed a jury to decide against or for me, for the truth, you ought to be honored to be called for jury.
Right.
Because I didn't, this isn't the point, but if you ever find yourself in the crosshairs of this government, and quite frankly, but for God, there go any of us. You better pray, you better hope that somebody who looks like you, has your shared experience, is willing to ask some questions, is willing to turn some tables, is willing to say, I don't know that that's the truth.
Yes.
Can you prove it? Because the absence of us being on juries means that your life oftentimes can be left in the hands of people who don't see you as an equal.
Yeah.
From your very presence in the room, have concluded that you're a threat, that you're no good, that you're a taker and not a giver, and that you deserve the worst of the worst of the worst that they can admonish you for. So anybody who has that conception of, I don't want to register because I don't want to be on a jury, think about yourself. And if you ever needed a juror on the other side, not going to be
Somebody
for
that
you,
looks like you,
but who is going to see you as a person and hear you. That's what you want. Not somebody who's in your pocket, but who will hear you. The other thing is, Senator, you mentioned the folks who conclude that this government isn't working for them, that I am registered, but I get nothing from it. This is one of my big fears about this redistricting fight, is that if they split us in such a way that there are never enough of us to make a difference in their winning or their losing, why would they ever have to pay attention to our issues? If they can split us up into all of these districts, and at the end of the day and at the beginning of the day, they know that you didn't put them in office and therefore you can take them out of office, and so they have no reason to be of service to you.
right?
This is the point. The folks who conclude that the government isn't working with them are daydreaming, living a life with real needs that are being ignored and not being met systemically. Because if it's happening to one of us, that's not a system. That may be a mistake or fall through. Maybe 2 of us of 10, that's an anomaly. But when 9 of 10 of us are coming into the same situation where we express our issues, make a demand, and it gets ignored, that's no longer an exception, that's a system. That's deliberate. It's the input, and that will always be the output. So the threat of this redistricting isn't just you losing faces that look like us and people who have our shared experience having opportunities to lead us. It is that they can break us, crack us, divide us in such a way that in a state like Mississippi, where you are a third of the population, and of your entire congressional delegation ain't but 1 black person, and that's today, because tomorrow they want to remove that seat. Make it make sense that in a state where a third of the people in it are black, yet the congressional delegation looks nothing like a third of the state.
40%.
40%. The point being the same. One of every 3
And let me
people
say,
left.
they will not touch Congressman B. Gordon Thompson's seat They will not.
They
Better not.
But they may try. But the point which is they have a goal oriented to their goal, and the way they have the power, they think, to do it, which is why our clapback has to be louder than their first step. Our clapback has to be louder.
We have a question in the back, and as more people are coming in, please know that there's free lunch over here. We want to make sure you are fed. Go ahead, Tylee.
I know there's a few. Could we take two if possible? So we.
Yes, and then maybe this side too.
On this side as well. Yeah.
My name is Josephine Odessa Kelly Johnson, and I'm from Colom County. I have a question for you all. Have you all ever tapped into the resources that you got that haven't been tapped yet? If you ask the people over 60 to raise their hands in this building, you'll get a great amount of people. Oh, yeah. And those people over 60 are your foxes in your hen house. They can go out. Have you ever thought, he wanted me to repeat my question. Have you ever tapped into the people that you got that will help you? Oh, yeah. If you go and look in this room, it's gray hair all over this room. and some of them got wigs on, but.
She called y'all out. She was like, the gray hair not showing because you got your wig on. I love it. Come on, tell the truth, mother. Come on.
And somebody said a little dye. But we are some of your strongest helpers. We are your grandmothers, your mothers, and your aunties, and we are the people who can go out and tell the young people what's going on, what we went through, how we went through it, and when we went through it. But you guys go out on your own. Take your foxes with you.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. We don't go anywhere without our elders. I was raised by an activist who is 82 years old, and one thing he won't do is let a day go by without telling me of what my responsibility is, mother. So please know we hear you loud and clear. This morning, and you all will appreciate this, there was, of course, a primary yesterday in several states, including Alabama and Georgia. In Georgia, there's a lot of Black folks who made history in primaries. But there's a Black woman who was the history maker to me, an elder. I think she said she was 85 years old, and she had a T-shirt on where she had a certificate that was basically her voter registration from Georgia from a long time ago. She had an I voted sticker on from yesterday, and she was actually giving the amount they had to pay for a poll tax back in the day. She said that they had to pay $2 or $3 to vote, and they didn't earn $2 or $3 in that week. So she said that was how expensive it was to vote, and she said sometimes they would charge people even more. So she talked about also the vote counting and how important it was that you had to make a decision that this time period for all of us requires sacrifice. So as we say, you know, it's too expensive for these young people to miss out on that scholarship money or that NIL money. What's worse is the NIL money isn't even guaranteed because on the, I can't say it because we're nonpartisan, the other side's agenda right now is something called the SCORE Act. Like keep score, somebody in here Google the SCORE Act. The SCORE Act is a bigger threat to name, image, and likeness NIL deals than any protest that NAACP is putting on. So that's the bigger threat. Just like they coming after your maps, they're coming after your NIL money anyway. And it's not just for state schools, it's for all schools throughout the country.
How you doing? My name is James Medius. I'm representing Marion County, Mississippi. My question is in regards to what my grandmother here was talking about. Y'all there are a lot of seniors, and everybody talks about the youth, younger than 24. But there's also a giant group of people in my age bracket that just kind of drop off. Because when I was in college, there was things like the Outbound program, somebody asking to join the NAACP. But here I'm 37, and I missed a couple of voting sessions, but I know I'm not the only one. So my question is, what's being done to branch everybody together? Because 25 to 40 is a giant section of our workforce, of just the economy, doing a whole lot of millennials. So what's being done to put all three generations together, the ones in the middle, the youth, as well as the seniors?
Thank you for the question. I answer part of it, and I'll talk about Mississippi. About 15 statewide organizations got together this February, and we began to build out a Mississippi plan. That Mississippi plan includes 7 lanes. Each of the organizations said what was their primary, secondary, and tertiary lane as it relates to the plan. Because what you said is true. I'm gonna say this. Mississippi is not just a moral argument. It is simple math. But in order for that math to work, we have to come together. As I look at this election cycle, parity among African Americans would mean that we have to turn out an additional 75,000 African Americans. The question becomes how. Don't have enough time to get into great detail, but just understand that their plan is coming together. Groups have talked about what piece of it they're going to take, whether it's voter registration, whether it's knocking on doors, whether it is phone calls, text, direct mail, other forms of communication, et cetera. What about leadership pipeline? Exactly what you're talking about, bringing people into the fold, thinking about the through line of the approach to civic engagement from before you able to register, you are in your senior years, because at the end of the day, if you're going to win, the city is going to all of us.
Yes.
The last thing I say about this is that I am an organizer. I am not an activist. I don't like to be behind the podium. I like to be with the people. And the reason being is because oftentimes we come together in these types of moments, but we have to have the next. We have to come together and build the strategy, build the plan, work the plan, because ultimately our North Star should be changing the material conditions of the lives of others. So I'm grateful to the question, and I believe that we're gonna do it this year. I feel the energy. There is a crisis, y'all can clap for that. There is a crisis within this moment, but within every moment of crisis, there's an equal opportunity. So let's look at that opportunity.
Thank
Angela,
you so much.
before- yeah.
Really quickly, I want to let's give it up for candidate for the United States Senate, Scott Colom, and also State Senator Teresa Gillespie Isom. They're going to go now, but we have some other guests coming up. I want you to keep clapping, and actually, I want y'all to get on your feet and give it up for my forever boss, Benny Gordon Thompson, who represents this state, District 2. I want him to come on up here. Yes, boss, it's a whole call out. Come on up here and get all this love from this room. I want y'all to keep clapping because the legacy of someone who called for, well, hold on, let me give him all his love. Hold on. I want you all to keep clapping because there's a giant among us. Okay, now I need y'all to listen for just a second. So there is the legacy of a giant who we lost this year, who is also in this room right now. That giant called for a constitutional amendment to protect voting rights. And I think many of us thought for a long time that probably wasn't necessary. But we see today just how fragile democracy is and our civil rights are. The person here who's now representing Chicago, Illinois, is Congressman Jonathan Jackson, the son of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. Give it up for Jonathan Jackson. Okay, well, we got here from my boss, Congressman Thompson. We're in the Fight for Our Lives. You've been under the tutelage of Fannie Lou Hamer, a SNCC representative and organizer. Did you think that we would ever be in this moment?
If you had asked me that a month ago, I'd said hope springs eternal. But after this egregious Supreme Court decision, we in trouble. And part of the reason we are here today is because we have to come together with a solution. And it's not a short-term solution, it's a long-term solution. Because if our governor in this state say that a congressperson votes health care, housing, economic opportunity, education, his constituents is a reign of terror. Give me a break. You understand? So what we have to do is make sure that we remember who we are and whose we are. It's absolutely important. Look, I asked Congressman Jackson to come for a lot of reasons. He has more folk from Mississippi in his Chicago district than I almost have in the second district. But he understands clearly what the problems are. Destinies are together. So it doesn't matter where you are in this country, it's the system that oppresses us. And anytime the system goes against us, we have to unite. And so part of what you will be seeing the rest of this day is people coming together, you know, from all parts of the state. They're watching Mississippi, so goes Mississippi, so goes the South, and so goes the rest of this country. Our legacy is built on the backs of a lot of people. And so we can't let short-minded people turn us back. Now, we don't have to act like the crazy folk did on January 6th, but you're gonna know we upset. You understand? So part of people being here today is you don't like what's going on. We don't have to burn anything. We don't have to threaten anybody, but we're gonna exercise those democratic options that this Constitution, rule of law, provides us. And guess what? Common sense, motherhood is a good thing. And so if we use it, we can make it. So I'm happy to be here. Angela was one of those radicals I hired when I got to Washington because they said, you don't need to hire people who got their own mind. You don't need to hire people who understand where they came from because they are dangerous, because they will influence other people. And pretty soon, you can't tell them anything. Now, you do know who them is. If you don't see Eddie Glaude before you leave, he'll explain to you who them is.
Thank you so much, Congressman Thompson. I learned from the best radical there is. That would be Benny Gordon
He
Thompson.
basically said he can't tell you nothing.
That's not what he meant.
That you
I
got
think
your
that's
own
what he
mind.
said. That's what he said.
I just so we're clear, guys, co-host. This when I said my former boss on a call just the other day, and he said, "You mean forever boss?" So try again. This is Congressman Benny Thompson. Before Charles Taylor got up, you all already heard him say that he would prefer to organize people, be amongst the people. He's not for the big stage. So much so he got off without us telling him thank you, Charles. And I also want to acknowledge our NAACP national president, who is talking right now, but he's on his way up to the stage. Derek Johnson, give it up for Derek Johnson, everybody. He's on his way up. And before Derek joins us. I do want to give the floor to Congressman Jonathan Jackson.
Hello, thank you so much. Great to be back in Mississippi. I serve from the Chicago's 1st, Illinois' 1st congressional district as Congressman Benny Thompson, my dear friend. For the purpose of this event, I'll just call him Uncle Benny. And we all know an Uncle Benny, that's somebody you can call when you have trouble and you can't necessarily go home first. But Uncle Benny has always been there, and I appreciate him, appreciate all the things we have in common. Let me share with you what brings me to Mississippi. Come on. What brings me to Mississippi is, you know, the Mississippi River starts in Minnesota and ends here. The same Jim Crow that you have here made it all the way up to the north. We take the same I-55 from the south side of Chicago to end right here in Mississippi. What's starting here in Mississippi is coming to Chicago next. This same spirit of voter suppression, voter denial is under attack. And today, Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer cannot be here. Medgar Evers cannot be here. And what a disgrace you have in your governor to call the Honorable Congressman Benny Thompson a terror. We can tell him something about terror. And I would look forward to meeting the governor to tell him something about terror. Every lynch noose was a terror. Every plantation whip was a terror. Every discrimination is a terror. We have been terrorized, and Congressman Benny Thompson has been a credit to the whole nation. If I had a chance to talk with your governor, I would tell him, take me to talk to Donald Trump and be like Congressman Benny Thompson and stand up in the face of terrorism. Now, my time is up, but I hope you stick around for 1 o'clock because I came here because I'm mad as hell about them calling Congressman Thompson terror.
Oh, before you speak, Mr. President, we have a couple of questions here. Teddy, go ahead. That might have to be the last one. We're going to get in trouble.
Ooh. Hello, my name is Bobby Bingham Morrow, and I'm from Vicksburg, Mississippi. And I want to challenge all of the communities that are here today. In Vicksburg, we're trying to determine how we can get a larger number of people to vote, because we know that we have the numbers in our community, but they're not voting. One of the areas that we have not targeted enough are our convicted felons. It is so easy for our convicted felons to say, oh, I'm a convicted felon, so I can't vote. But what we have to do is go a bit further and say, what's your conviction? Because there are only 23 crimes that will take away your right to vote. Drugs is not one of them. Drugs does not take away your right to vote. And so when that individual tells you, I am a convicted felon, you hand them a voter registration form, get them to fill it out, and you take it to the courthouse. So that's one of the avenues that our younger people use to not take time to go to the polls to vote. The other thing that we have to do is one thing we need to go back to where the parents are in charge and the children are not. That the parents will tell the children, if you live in this household, you are 18 years and older, you need to go to the polls to vote. So come on, let's get in the car and let's go register to vote. And on election day, we get up together and we go to the polls as a family. I have a whole lot more to talk to you about, but I know we don't have the time. I have a lot of questions, but that's my challenge, is that each one of us in this room will find us 2 convicted felons and make them our target. And it's not gonna be in a day that you'll get it done. If that person has committed a crime that will take away their right to vote, then this is the opportunity for you to work with your local state legislator to take all of those applications to get voting rights restored back to the legislature to help those individuals get their rights restored. Now, in our Vicksburg community, we have about 20 people on our list right now that are working to get their voting rights restored. We have been successful in getting, over the last 10 years, we've been successful in getting only one person's rights restored. But it takes a while. It's not something that you can just let go. If they will fill out that application, they want to get registered to vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, I want to yield to President Derrick Johnson from the NAACP, who's doing great work all over the nation. Let's give it up for Derrick, please.
First of all, I want to thank all of you who have come out today. Brother Sweetlove and Bishop Thomas from Tennessee, President Jefferson came over from Arkansas. I see Brother Ali from Alabama. At the end of the day, we all we got. And we must stand together. I just left from a meeting with the Legislative Black Caucus. That's why I'm a little delayed. And I want to talk about two things. One, about our campaign that we launched yesterday, asking athletes not to go to schools where they don't respect their vote. And one of the caucus members asked me, says, can you explain it? Why is that significant? Because we don't believe in sharecropping. We should not perform on the football field or the basketball court so they can generate profit if they don't want to respect our vote and our input on public policy. And for these state institutions that are flagship, that are generating over $100 million a year off the backs of our talent, we should end that sharecropping system immediately. And the second conversation I was having with the Legislative Black Caucus, I say, don't make the mistake of I.T. Montgomery. Now, some of you may not know who I.T. Montgomery is. That when rich white folks had the fight that we call the Civil War over money, the rich white folks in the South wanted to maintain an agricultural-based economy off the back of Africans who were in a system of slavery. And those Africans picked up arms and we defeated the Confederacy. We freed ourselves. And in that process, we were awarded the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment, allowing us the ability to, the right to vote, full citizenship, and to negotiate our labor. And as a result, we got elected to the Mississippi State Legislature, and we created public education, among many other things. And we began to prosper until those rich white guys cut another deal over who would be president. Hayes still didn't compromise. And in that process, they said, you support our candidate, Rutherford B. Hayes, we remove the federal troops. We are in a Hayes till compromise moment. That the deal has been cut. The Supreme Court has issued a bad decision, and now we have to be more unified than ever. But after the deal was cut during that time in the 1800s, I.T. Montgomery cut a deal for a little town of Mount Bayou. Said, I would support this if you leave Mount Bayou alone. And because he supported it, they gave them the license to move forward. Mount Bayou was created, but black folks all across the state of Mississippi was disenfranchised for 100 years. We are in that moment. And I charge, let's say the Black Caucus, I say, you are all you have. Don't go cut no side deal on redistricting. You are all you have. Lean into the wisdom at the table, because the expertise you're looking for is not going to fly in on an airplane. It's sitting around the table with you. Their name is Willie Bailey, who's seen this before, him and Frazier. Lean into that wisdom that you have, because Carol Rose fought and litigated, and we won, and he can do it again. Lean into the wisdom that you have, because we are all that we have. So in this moment, I am tickled, pleased, look at this room. And the reason why, because we want to win this with rallies and demonstrations, although they be necessary. They're necessary because it is a stopping point between the work. It is the opportunity to energize and convene, so when we leave here, the destination is November. The opportunity is the engagement of communities who are looking for you and your directions and your ability to organize. I am tickled to death because my mentors sitting on one side and my teachers at the stage. Both of them are focused on loving Black people, and we love Black people by empowering Black people for Black people to do for themselves when we're under attack. In this moment, we are all that we have. The power is with us. And I want to thank Angela and Andrew for bringing this platform, because Mississippi, we got to demonstrate for the rest of the country what is possible. We must demonstrate for the rest of the country what is possible. And what is possible is us coming together under a strategy with a destination, empowering our people to understand our history, because that history is powerful within itself. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. At this time in our show, we normally have something called calls to action. So we'll briefly issue a call to action, all of us on the stage. There's very important, and we're going to listen to what Mississippi State Executive Director said, which is to make sure we don't leave from here, have this big gathering. I know Derek also supports this, and not leave here with something that we must do. So, Dr. Glaude, I will start with you.
Call to action. I think we need to identify those 18 to 39-year-olds, because they are overwhelmingly important in terms of the demographic in this country, voting demographic. We need to turn them out in massive numbers. So all we need to do is do the math. If we lost by 27,000 votes, how many of us didn't vote? Right? So we need to engage in finding particular people we know between 18 and 39, and at least turn out at least two of your partners. Bring them with you. Let's do what we know we can do, because we have the power.
Here. One, I just want to thank you all for being in this space today. I tell you, I looked over at Eddie with a tear in my eye, because there are a lot of places that are under attack, and not everybody is showing up. My mind goes, I know our civil rights history, but my mind goes real briefly to Minnesota, where at a time where bodies had already been laid on the ground, lives taken unnecessarily, a country bowed by a president who seemed lawless and is, who had no respect or regard for our humanity, Black, white, or otherwise. Through the courage of a few people who added a few more people, who added a few more people, that added up to a few thousand, weathering all kinds of cold, chilling temperatures, stood up. There was no election to be had. They stood up. They kept showing up. Even when their lives were on the line, they still showed up. And y'all, they faced down a tyrant who had to change his whole approach to how he was prosecuting the immigration war in this country. Now, I don't think for a moment that this man has his heart changed. It's black. It's cold. But we were powerful enough, in spite of no election being on the line, to show up repeatedly, day after day, regardless of the consequence, to say we matter and you are not going to run over us. So Mississippi is that for the rest of us. Y'all are showing up. They're trying to take away our representation, our seats, our votes. They want us bloodied and bowed, and we're still showing up. So I just want to say, y'all, no one's going to save us but us. And you don't have to be part of an organization, although you need to be part of the NAACP, but I'm not asking you to be part of an organization. I'm saying wherever you sit, wherever you stand, wherever you draw breath, God has blessed every one of us. Breath in our bodies. And so as long as we draw breath, they ought to fear us, because they know that we are not going to let this crisis pass without us getting the come up on the other side. So that means Derek can't charge you with going to register 10 people and then come back and check on you to see that you've done that job. Your commitment, your agency has to be a contract with yourself that says, I have the power to do something, not everything. I don't have to be the president, the member, the steward member, the pastor, the preacher, the panelist. I have breath in my body and I can do something to make an impact. That's your charge. Do something.
I appreciate that, Andrew. Do something is key. We are sitting in the state that did something, we have the evidence to prove it. Over 10% of all Black elected officials in the nation reside in the state of Mississippi. That didn't happen because we sat by as observers. That happened because we organized and we demonstrated power. November's election is only the stopping point to stop the bleeding, but the power of the Black community rests in each one of us. Step away from the egocentric leadership model where my title and my charisma is it, and lean into the community-centric leadership model that will protect all of us. In this moment, we must demonstrate the wrongness in the Supreme Court decision by overwhelming the polls in November as we march to the power that we already have. Now, I'm guilty of this one thing. I have never known anything but Black. I have never seen a model but Black power. I am blessed to grow up in a city called Detroit with a Coma Young, to move to Mississippi to go to Tougaloo College and work for Benny Thompson, only to realize that we are all that we need if we lean into one another. But it has to be strategically, we have to be focused with outcomes, and we have to operate with integrity. Because it's with integrity that Henry Kersey created the whole landscape that got those Black elected officials into place. It was integrity that caused us to join whatever vehicle for voice you decided to do, NAACP, AKA, whatever D9, those are vehicles for voice. And it will be integrity not to lean into organizational supremacy, but lean into the power that we have with our community. So I love when Charles says, I'm not an activist, I'm an organizer. My charge to you is to be an organizer. Because the people in your communities are looking to you. They like to see Congressman Thompson. They sometimes want to hear me talk, but they're looking for you to give the support and direction that's needed to lean into the power we have in the Black community. Again, I want to thank you so much. My father, Reverend Jesse Jackson, made his transition just about 90 days ago. And I know that if my father were alive today, he would be right here, right now, in Jackson, Mississippi. This year, I turned 60 years of age. Voting Rights Act passed in 1965. Follow me, please. I'm the first generation of African Americans that was born with equal rights. That's right, that's right. It's not that long ago and not that far away that we just got our rights. And I want the governor of this state and every legislator to know that thinks that they're going to strip our rights, that they've got the fight of their life on their hands. I could not have been here with Reverend Martin Luther King. That was not my fate. I could not have been here with the Freedom Riders. I could not have been here with Schwerner, Cheney, and Goodman. But I thank God, and I am so excited. You got to hear me. I am so excited. One thing about growing up Brother Claude and the Jackson household, for morning, we just didn't have eggs and grits and bacon and toast. We got fed hope every morning. And if they think that we're going to die, they got it wrong. We're only going to multiply. It's so many of us. And the reason they've started the voter suppression, look around, look to the left, look to the right. It's more of us than it is of them. So if they can't win it, they want to steal it. You're not going to steal it this time, baby. No way. Forward ever, backwards never. And I want to thank Benny Thompson, Chairman Benny Thompson. Did you see those thugs? Did you see those wannabe gangsters and those insurrectionists? Did you see them scale the halls of the Capitol and defile our nation's capital? Oh, but did you see one man stand up for Mississippi and call him out by name and looked him in the eye and told him about the Klan, unflinching, unbought, unbowed, a man like none other, the Honorable Chairman Benny Thompson. We need him back, DC. We love you, Benny.
Well, look, very rarely am I at a loss for words. But look, what you see is an original Mississippian. Look, my school was named Bolton Colored School. So the reason I act the way I do is because I was mistreated along the way. That mistreatment was not something that I wanted to happen. It's because the system didn't want people like Benny Thompson and you to make it. And so I resent the fact that there are people who don't support education, don't support health care, trying to tell me that those of us who do, that we're maladjusted, that something's wrong with us because we care about the people. And look, the toughest job in America is being black, because you clearly have to understand that the system is not fair. Everyone in here has had a situation occur to you that was simply based on your race. That's this country. And so those of us who try to level the playing field, we get called terrorists. You know, my uncle fought with Joan Patton in World War II. But when he came back from World War II, he had to get in the back of the train behind the German soldiers who were white, and he was the one that caught the German soldiers. So that is racism personified. And so for what we have at this moment is an opportunity to level set what's happening in this country. The Supreme Court, I thank you for what you're doing to us right now. Because what you are doing is allowing us to unleash the anger, unleash the disappointment, unleash everything that we've had to deal with as a people right now. And so what we will come and do is to make sure that going forward,
They're on our side.
oh, okay.
They just hype y'all. They're on our side. We got some really excited young people in here, keeping that energy going.
As the young people come in, this is a tribute not only to the NAACP, but to Chokwe Lumumba and the People's Assembly. So let's give it up to the legacy of Chokwe Lumumba.
Be careful, I don't want you to fall. Be careful.
All the way from me.
These are many of the young people we were seeking just moments ago. I want to shout out dear sister Wakinia Clanton and all the folks who have been a part of this to make this happen. We're going to continue this part of the program to allow Congressman Thompson to give his call to action. Hi, friends. Congressman Thompson is gonna, no, I want y'all to stay right here. Y'all are welcome. Yeah, stay right here. Congressman Thompson was finishing his call to action. So, boss, I'm yielding to you.
Look, I agree with everything that's been said. I agree with everything that the people who came in. Let's get this together. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're getting ready to, love the energy. I love it. Keep going, young brother. Keep going. Keep shining. Keep shining. So this has been Native Land Pod. I'm gonna stand up here. Okay, let's before I do my call to action, there's a young person here who has been fighting in the Tennessee state legislature. He was expelled once for fighting against mass gun violence in the state. Just last week, as Tennessee worked to eliminate the only majority-minority district we had, you saw him in the hallway burn the Confederate flag. This young man, despite the fact that I'm much older than him, has the kind of courage that makes me admire and feel mentored and supported by him. So while this wasn't a part of the program, I know that I cannot go forward without acknowledging and yielding the mic to State Representative Justin Jones.
Power to the people. Power to the people. Power to the people. First of all, I want to recognize that we just marched with these young people, my dear sister Rikia here, and these young people who marched down. They ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. Ain't gonna let Tate Reeves turn us around. Ain't gonna let no Jim Crow maps turn us around. And so we come here today because we have a message for the governor. We know that change comes about two ways. Either they see light or they feel the fire. The governor has not seen the light of our movement, so now it's time for him to feel the fire. I burned the Confederate flag as I walked off the Tennessee House because I wanted to send a clear message to the neo-Confederates like Governor Tate Reeves, and Governor Bill Lee, and Governor Kay Ivey, and Governor DeSantis, and Governor Landry, that we will not go back. But most important, I want to send a message we have before we look in front of the stage, a rising generation of civil rights activists. These young people are taking the mantle and saying that it's our time now. That we are not afraid. Come on, young people, because it's your time. Give them a round of applause that they've been leading and organizing. And I'm here today from Tennessee because when they come for one of us, they're coming for all of us. And so what's happening in Mississippi is happening in Tennessee, it's happening in Alabama, it's happening in South Carolina. They're waging war against black folks in the South. But Fannie Lou Hamer sent us to tell them something, that we're not going down without a fight. That we may not be a swing state in Mississippi and Tennessee and Alabama, but we'll swing back on you. We'll fight back with everything we have. We come in the spirit of our ancestors. We come in the spirit of those who are unintimidated by billy clubs and water hoses. And so I want to turn the mic to my dear sister here, because we are an intergenerational movement. That we come as one, but we each stand as 10,000. That they're trying to make a hand that can no longer pick their congressional representatives. But they forgot something very important in the South. We built this. 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 And we'll tear this new Confederacy down.
We don't mean to be disrespectful, but we do mean to be disruptive. We who believe in freedom shall not rest. And it's a whole lot of young people out here who ain't resting. Because this is our time. This is our generation. This is our moment. This is our fight. And this time, we're going to get it right. I said, we're going to get it right. We who believe in freedom shall not rest. I am not up here as a Rika Bennett Scott. I am up here as a representation of this beautiful myriad of young people who have come together and decided to take on the streets of the city of Jackson as a representation that we will not go back. We will not go back. We will not be silenced, and our time is now. I tell you, it is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love and protect each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. We have nothing to lose but our chains. I say we
but I changed. Ashe. I hope you get the message. And that's from M.I. Crooked letter I.
All right, I don't got no call to action. That was a good one. Welcome home, y'all. It's now the time of the rally. Thank you so much for being here. Keep up that energy. Keep up that round of applause. Make sure you thank all of our organizers. Derek from the NAACP, everyone involved in the Mississippi Voting Rapid Response Coalition. Wave your hand if you're a part of the coalition. Thank you all so much for all you do. Kenya, floor is yours.
Thank you, sis. Hey, y'all. Hey, family. Hey, family. 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 They told me Mississippi was in the house. Is Mississippi in the house? Is Mississippi in the house? You on your feet. If you from the dirty, if you from what they call the silk, I want you to make some noise today. This is our fight. Say, this is our fight. This is our fight. This is my fight. This is my fight. I fight for voting rights. I fight for voting rights. Listen, y'all, for those of you I have not met, I'm with Kenya J.S. Clanton. I proudly serve as the Mississippi State Director for the Southern Poverty Law Center. But more than that, today, I stand before you as a sixth-generation Mississippian. I stand before you as the great-great-great-granddaughter of a man named John Booth Booth, a man who fought in the 52nd Colored Infantry of the Union Army right here in Mississippi. The first infantry that fought and won against the Confederacy. I am his legacy. I am his legacy. I am his legacy. I stand here on hollow ground. I stand here on the grounds of people who had their legs stripped from them. I stand here on the grounds of people who had guns put on their backs. They had their bodies castrated. They had their bodies degraded for public display and public profit. The people in this room, the nearly 2,000 people who are in this room, the people who have journeyed from near and far, from North Mississippi to South Mississippi, from East Mississippi, from Central. We are here. We are here. We're standing on business, the business of voting rights. We will not go quietly into the night on this, y'all. I don't know about y'all, but my ancestors didn't die for this shit, and I'm sitting up here acting like I don't know what time it is. No, don't y'all get me fired. Listen, they told me I had a job to do. Fired up! Fired up! Fired up! They told me with some NAACPers in the house, they said fired up! Fired up! All right. Listen, I stand here maybe as your MC today, but I also stand here on behalf of more than 40 organizations in the state of Mississippi who have joined together to say, not on our watch. If you are a member of the Mississippi Voting Rights Act Rapid Response Coalition, let me hear you say, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Huh? Give you the live link. Okay, I don't know the live link, sir, but somebody gonna help him. Who got the live link so he can get it, please? Bring it to the stage. Actually, see that lady right there with that headset on. She can help you. Okay, so I know we excited. I know we here on purpose with the purpose, in purpose. But we cannot do anything without the divine order steps of the man above. And so join me in inviting Reverend C.J. Rose, the pastor of Mount Ham Baptist Church right here in the historic Jackson corridor of, it's not Fair Street District. Okay, Reverend C.J. Rose.
If you're able, I want to invite you to stand with me. Let us pray. God of our weary years and God of silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far along the way. Here we come again from all across the deep south in the fierce urgency of now. And confess, O Lord, that we are sick and tired of being sick and tired. For we come standing in the long shadow of Mississippi's history, a history stained by slavery and scarred by segregation, a history where black bodies were bought and sold, where black votes were suppressed, and where black voices were silenced, and where the powerful too often mistook oppression for order and injustice for heritage. We come remembering the days after Reconstruction, when hope unborn had died, when freedom briefly rose in this state like the morning sun, only to be met by violent intimidation, laws designed to push our people back to the margins, into the shadows, into invisibility. And even now, those who venerate their Confederate ancestors come anointed with their spirits to preach bad news to the poor, to wound the brokenhearted, to proclaim chains to the captive and darkness to those who cannot see, to crush those already bowed down beneath oppression, and to proclaim the acceptable year of the empire. Yet we, the disgruntled, disregarded, disrespected, dispossessed, disinherited, outright dissed, gathered here today not in the spirit of fear, but with power, love, and a sound mind, not praying for victory, but praying from victory. For your word reminds us that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers, against spiritual wickedness in high places. And because this struggle is spiritual, we declare that the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God, pulling down strongholds. You've already overcome the world, so now, Lord, we ask for your power. Power to not go weary in our doing. Power to speak the truth boldly in love. Power to tread upon serpents and scorpions. Power to march until walls tumble down, to resist until giants fall, and believe an empty tomb and an occupied throne means God's truth is still marching on. In this third Reconstruction era, be the God of the encore. As you empowered Medgar, Fannie Lou, Ella, Vern, Martin, and Jesse, and countless other unnamed freedom fighters and foot soldiers, grant this generation holy boldness and Holy Ghost power to make of this old world a new world. Let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. Let truth crush to earth rise again. Now guide our feet while we run this race. Hold our hands while we fight this battle. And remind us that though the arc of the moral universe is long, under your sovereignty and under our strength, it shall bend toward justice. We believe by faith that you've already answered this prayer and have already given us the victory. So in your strong, mighty, liberating name, we pray and give you praise in advance because victory belongs to us. Amen.
Somebody say victory, 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 victorious. That's who we will be. Y'all join me. Today has been brought together by, like I said, by more than 40 different organizations here in the state of Mississippi and also some nationally. And we could not be here if it were not for the tedious efforts of our convener, the convener of the Mississippi Engaged C3 Roundtable, Miss Courtney Body. Y'all join me in welcoming Courtney Body to the stage.
Thanks, Joaquin. Mississippi, are y'all ready? I don't hear y'all.
That was weak. That was weak. I said, Mississippi, are y'all ready? So as Joaquin said, I am Courtney Body. I am the Executive Director for Mississippi Engage, and I am standing here today because somebody fought for my rights. And a couple weeks ago, the Supreme Court looked at everything our people fought for and everything they marched for, everything they bled for, everything they died for, and they said, not good enough. But I need to know and to hear something today. We are not silent, we are not invisible, and we are not going anywhere. Look around you. This right here, this is what they're afraid of. They are trying to erase us. But guess what? Y'all have proven today that we know our power. What we need to know is that we are going to fight. We will carry it in the courts. We will carry it in the legislature. And we are going to carry it at the ballot box every time. So again, Mississippi, I ask y'all, are y'all ready? Okay, this is our fight. This is our vote, and this is our state. Thank you.
Y'all give it up for Courtney Body. Next up, we have the Executive Director of the oldest, boldest civil rights organization representing the state of Mississippi, the one and the only Mr. Charles Taylor. Jaribu, you coming? Okay, you gonna give it to Ricky. Got it. I got you, Ricky. I got you coming next. Come on, Charles. You gotta fire him up now. You gonna be the ED, man.
Are y'all fired up? First, I want to ask, there's a lot of people on this side of the room. If y'all can shift in the room so we can have a crowd. I don't want to crowd the door, so if y'all can shift in the room. Can everybody say on 1, 2, 3, say shift? I need y'all to move. I don't see you moving. Shift this way. First of all, I am excited for y'all to be here. But I'm going to ask if we can just temper the crowd just for a moment. If we could just temper the crowd just for a moment. What I want to talk to you about is 1875. Can you say 1875? That was the moment where Reconstruction ended. And folks created what they call the Mississippi Plan. Can we say Mississippi Plan? The Mississippi Plan is what ushered in Jim Crow. But here's what I want to say to you. It is 2026, and we got a new Mississippi Plan. Mississippi Plan gonna usher in an era of equity, an era of equality, an era in which we all have the right to exercise the most fundamental and precious right in this country, which is to vote. And so here's what I want to say to you. Today, we rally, but tomorrow, the work begins. I want you to say, tomorrow, the work begins. I want you to say, tomorrow, the work begins. Here's why. Mississippi is not just a moral argument. It is simple math. We can win this November. We can elect a black man to the U.S. Senate in Mississippi this November. If you believe that, I want you to make a round of applause. But here's what we have to do. We have to turn out 75,000 more African Americans than we had before. I want you to say 75,000. Now the question is, how do you do it? Each of you have a pledge card in your seat. We need you to commit to vote. And before you leave here, we're gonna ask you to turn in 10 additional pledge cards. If all of us in this room get 10 additional people to vote, that's 200,000 people. So what I'm saying to you is that we can win. So I'm grateful to you. And I'll say this, if you are a member of the NAACP, I want you to make some noise. If you are a person that's ready to fight for voting rights, I want you to make some noise. And if you are a person that's ready to make sure that we get everybody to the polls in November, I want you to make even more noise. This is about fight. And when we fight, thank y'all and God bless.
Y'all give it up for our leader, Mr. Charles Taylor. Listen, the work we do for voting rights is done on the backs of millions of Mississippians. And there's no organization who understands that more acutely than the Mississippi Workers Center for Human Rights. And so I'm asking if the members of the Mississippi Center for Human Rights could join their chairman, Representative Ricky Thompson, on the stage today to talk about the plight for voting rights and human rights. Y'all give it up for Ricky Thompson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Man, you guys look so awesome out there. As we come to the podium, Mississippi Rights for Human Rights. Now, we've been in business for 30 years. When we said 30 years, no justice, no justice. As the director of the Mississippi Human Rights, I want to thank Mr. Ruber here for this opportunity. As we stand here today, this is a very serious moment. As we look at today, we do bring you greetings from the North Mississippi area, where there's a lot of fighting still going on, and I thank everybody for being here. But as you look and you think about the workers, it's all about workers, and then it's all about our voting rights today. Isn't that right? When we fight, and the main thing is I want us to understand what's going on with redistricting. As we all know, and we look at the Mississippi Human Rights, we know to understand the warning that the Lord told them pose, that means we got to get up and we got to stand up. So everybody got to really stand up and fight, because we're in a real fight. And I forgot, I got my Emeritus Board member, Senator Jackson, our past president. Now, as we stand here today, when we leave here, we got to be about the business. And the business to make sure that we don't go back. And we're not going back, right? We are not going back. As the Mississippi Right for Human Workers, we understand when we built this country, it was all about the workers. And this is what it's all about, the voting rights. That means we got to have a voice today. And the voice is in this building today. And I want to let you know that when the voice is in the building, we're not going to be silent, because we are not going back. On behalf of the Mississippi Workers for Human Rights, we thank you for this opportunity today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to our fierce fighters at the Mississippi Workers Rights for Human Rights Coalition. You're welcome. Y'all, the one and only Jaribu Hill, y'all. Y'all don't know Jaribu. I don't know what you're doing with yourselves. Listen, I know we got a whole bunch of folks back at the doors. Do me a favor, come on in. We all family. We got a lot of room right here in front. We need to clear the doorways for safety. So if you would, just come on into the room. As they say in the good old Baptist church, come on in the room. Okay, that's all I got. I ain't got no more than that. Okay. Listen, the fight for voting rights has been done so by an incredible community of warriors who've dedicated so much time, commitment, and effort to ensuring that the rule of law, somebody say the rule of law, the rule of law, the rule of law does not fall on a lawless nation. Join me in welcoming to the stage Miss Haria. Haria, come on up, y'all. Give it up for Haria. Representing the Mississippi Center for Justice.
Hello, Mississippi. Look at all the beautiful. I'm fired up. Are you fired up? Are you ready to go? Where are my young people at? Where are my elders at? Where's Mississippi at? Like Joaquina said, my name is Haria Tarikan, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Mississippi Center for Justice. We are voting rights attorneys. We are attorneys who fight for our rights every day because we understand that voting rights is the difference between who gets heard and who gets silenced. Voting rights is the difference between those who have rights and those who do not. Mississippi Center for Justice and our partners litigated that case that got us 3 more seats, that got us better representation in Hattiesburg, in Chickasaw County, in DeSoto County, and in Monroe County. And the rogue Supreme Court vacated our judgment this week. But we will continue to fight. We will fight in the court. We will fight in the legislature. And we will fight in the street. We will fight because we know housing rights are voting rights. Health rights are voting rights. Property rights are voting rights. Immigrants' rights are voting rights. Education rights are voting rights. Healthcare is voting right. And civil rights are voting rights. So we will for all rights. And we will join you every day because fair maps equal fair representation. And we want our maps fair. Join me and say, you can't stop the revolution. Voting rights is the solution. You can't stop the revolution. Voting rights is the solution. Thank you, everybody. I love you.
Y'all give it up for Haria. Give it up for Haria. Now listen, next coming to the mic, we have 2 organizations who've been doing the work to make sure that Black voters are centered, that Black voters matter. Somebody say Black voters matter. Black voters matter. White voters matter. Hispanic voters matter. Asian voters matter. Native American votes matter. All our votes matter. With that, I'm calling to the front. It's Carol Blackman. She's the leader of the Mississippi Black Voters Matter Action Fund. Miss Carol, you in the house. Y'all give it up for me, Carol. I'm also going to ask Cliff Albright to join her in the front. Cliff, if you're here, let me see you make your way. Let me see you make your way. All right, while they're doing all of that, I'm going to call up our next group, another group who's also equally committed to the vote, but equally committed to the vote on behalf of those who have been disenfranchised. Join me coming to the stage. Okay, all right, they didn't join. Okay, see, this is how Black people grow. They just say, hold on, baby, not too fast, not too much, not too much. Y'all ready? Miss Karen is ready. Okay, Miss Karen, come on.
Hey, y'all. We all here for the same cause. We here to make it known that all of us are going to make our votes count, and we're all going to bring somebody with us. I always think about, when I'm talking about voting, I think about my grandmother. I think about my grandmother who at 65 years old went to the Madison County Courthouse to try and register to vote. She was not allowed to vote. So then, guess what? She went back again. And she got her name in the Sovereignty Commission file. So she taught me, always vote. I'm a super voter. My whole family are super voters. And y'all, there are 13 of us siblings, and all of us and all of our children vote every chance we get. So before I sit down, I just want to say that I remember when there was no Voting Rights Act. I remember when it was passed, and I remember when the vote came to us at the age of 18. And I've been voting ever since. I am working across Mississippi with Black Voters Matter as the senior state organizing manager. I work with a whole team of people across this state. We got partners who are here in the audience today. And y'all some noise. And I want to thank them because they're doing the turnout. They're getting the people to do the movement. And we are working toward November. We're working toward letting the governor and all his people hear our voices. And now I'm going to turn it over to my boss, Cliff Albright.
What's going on, Mississippi? How y'all doing? So last Saturday, we had a thing over in Montgomery. It was called All Roads Lead to the South. And today, what we know is all roads lead to Mississippi. And we say all roads lead to the South in Mississippi because what happens here doesn't just stay here. What happens here with Jim Crow maps affects every state in this country. Nobody's gonna get an exemption from Jim Crow. But what we also say, because the South is important, because the South has given so much to everybody else. The South has given the rest of the country its freedoms. You know, at the earlier rally, we talked about folks like Medgar Evers and Fannie Lou Hamer, right? Those are the real founders of the freedoms in this country. The Liberty Bell might be in Philadelphia, but freedom rings from Mississippi. In fact, you can't even spell freedoms without an M and an S. So and Mississippi gives everybody that freedom. And so what they have done is they may think they did a thing with these maps and this decision, but what they've done is waking a sleeping giant, because we got folks in here from all across the South. We got folks in here working together across state lines that haven't worked together recently like that before. They done messed up. Somebody look at your neighbor and tell them they done messed up now. And so what we know is this: they can try to come out with some rigged maps. You can rig maps, but you can't rig a movement. You can erase a map, but you can't erase a movement. You can bury a map, but you can't bury a movement. And if they do bury us, guess what? They tried to bury us, but what? They didn't know we were seeds. And so we are going to rise up and mess around. Don't let that seed be a mustard seed, because we know what happens with that. So I'm going to get on out the way. I'm not going to preach. I'm going to get on out the way. But we are going to win. Somebody say, I believe that we will win. All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you so much. Black Matters Matter. Thank you so much. Next, we have coming to the mic. We must vote. We must vote is doing the work on behalf of those who've been disenfranchised here in the state of Mississippi. So we must vote. Please, please speak up and speak out.
Hey, family. Good afternoon. I first want to say shout out all of our high school students. We want to recognize the youth. Any high school students here? The high school students, I'll breathe, but I'll be intentional. There has been a divine force that has been sent to silence us and erase us. I personally know what it feels like to try to have your voice taken democracy, right? We won't let it happen. We won't retreat, and we will not go away. We're going to be resilient in the work and continuing to give everybody a voice. We have a saying, everybody in jail ain't guilty and everybody walking around ain't innocent, right? So what we need to do is don't get mad. We need to organize. We need to unite and be intentional and strategic about showing up. The time is now. The fight is at our door. We have no time to run and hide. We've got to show up and we've got to be intentional. So I wanted to shout out my young people behind me, because guess what? It ain't about me. To my elders here, time is up. We got it. We got to let y'all know that we got to take it from here. And we got to take it and do it the right way. And when y'all pass it to me, I got to react and pass it to them. Thank you.
Y'all give it up for Tony Wakefield. Give it up for Tony Wakefield. We are here today simply because of the fact that trying to strip something away from us that we worked so hard to get. When I look out into this audience and I see our elders, people who were around when we all did not have the right to exercise our freedom, they want to take us back to that. You did not do what you've done for us to give them this right that you worked for. We're here and we're ready to fight. And you came from where? She came from Arkansas, y'all. Give it up for Mama and from Arkansas. Mama came out. She said, I don't care what the weather says. I'm here to hear from the young people. Thank you, Mama. Thank you for everything you've done. Next, the fight we're fighting right now, y'all, is about the rule of law. And we can't do this work. There's so much that's been done to make sure that we here, the 43% of Mississippians have but equal representation in the legislature to make sure that our voices are heard. And we just have to give a huge shout out to the Mississippi Legislative Black Caucus for all of their work. They've been working real hard, y'all. It ain't easy being in the minority. It ain't easy showing up in the minority. But there are some freedom fighters that we got over there on Congress Street. Come on, and it's led by the one and only chairman, Kareem. If you're a member of the Mississippi Legislative Black Caucus, please come join your chairman on stage. Come on, give it up for the fighters.
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me today, my name is Kabir Kareem, and I'm the chairman of the Mississippi Legislative Black Caucus, the unapologetic voice of the 1.2 million black folks here in the state of Mississippi. And these are your representatives of the Mississippi Legislative Black Caucus. Give it up to the Black Caucus here in the state of Mississippi. We will not be erased. We're not going anywhere. And if you think you're going to get rid of us, you got another thought coming. What started out as a caucus of one in 1967 with our emeritus leader, Robert G. Clark. If you notice, some of our members are wearing our Black Caucus lapel pin in his memories. And the fight that our emeritus leader, Robert G. Clark, fought in 1967, I'll be damned if we're not fighting that same fight in 2026. But guess what? We ain't going nowhere. A hog squeals before you kill it, and we ain't going nowhere. But I thought it'd be fitting, Wakenya and a member of this audience, to bring up the son of Robert G. Clark. Y'all give it up for Representative Brian Clark. Honor his father, give it up. The first legislator elected to the legislature since Reconstruction. Good afternoon. I stand here today down the streets in the shadows of that old Capitol. In 1890, framers of the Constitution we got framed and passed a Constitution, y'all, that came to be the most systematic voter suppression law this country had ever seen. And the framers of that Constitution told the entire state and the country exactly what they was doing. They was passing a law that was going to disenfranchise African Americans without technically violating law. 136 years later, right down the street from that same building, we're fighting that same fight. We fighting the fight where we got a legislature that is going to go in session that's going to try to disenfranchise black people without technically violating federal law. Same fight, same song, second verse. So today, every generation find themselves at a crossroads. And when you get to that crossroads, you have to make a decision on which way you're going to go and which way we going to go. We going to fight. Which direction we going to go? We going to fight. Now, I'm going to ask y'all one thing, is that when you look at the news, read the newspaper, and you hear that the legislature is considering some redistricting, whether it be congressional, legislative, public service, We need everybody in this room that's crowded in this room come to the state capitol. What's the address? 101 400 State Street. We want you, the same crowd, to show up at the legislature and have your voices heard. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring up somebody. Oh, can't bring up nobody else.
Appreciate you so much. I love y'all a whole bunch. I got to get back on my program because this that we're talking about was about the 3 congressional seats that we won, that we went to court and won, and we do have representatives of those 2 districts. Two of the 3 districts that we won, they are here. And so we want to hear about them because they represent places where people's voices have been marginalized, y'all. They were sent to the Capitol for them. And so they deserve to speak. And I'm going to give it to them.
Good afternoon. Unfortunately, we're seeing the same story being played over again. What those principalities and powers have been working for years, they're trying to take their pencil and rewrite our work. They're trying to take their pencil and rewrite our legacy, our history, and now they're taking that pencil to try to redraw our future. But the problem is now is they're not even trying to redraw it, they're trying to turn the pencil and erase us. But I've got a secret for them, and I've got a message for you. You can't erase what's permanent. You can't erase what's built to last. You can't erase what's built to be here. We've been here. We are here, and we'll be here. We were built for this moment. We were built for this season. I just want to know, are you permanent? Are you built to last? Are you built for the moment? Because I'm ready. I don't know about you, but I fought too hard. I gave too much of what I had to give up in this moment. I wasn't written in pencil. I was written to be permanent. My name, my legacy, and my cohorts will be here. The question is, will you be here? We'll see you soon.
All right, somebody told me we had some additional leaders. Come on up here. Y'all, so in addition to, we got, I don't know if y'all know this, but we have 4 members of our legislature who serve in leadership. And one of them is the incomparable minority leader of the House, the Mississippi House of Representatives, the one and only Representative Robert Johnson. So.
Hey, thank you. I rarely come in a room and say it's hard to follow, but it's hard to follow these. It's been some great speakers up here today, but let me just take a turn at something. You know, we talk about our historical perspective, but as legislators, we deal in the present, and we deal with what we have to do right now. And I just want to ask you, if you live in a state that has the lowest gross domestic product, do you think you need to come out and change your leadership? If you live in a state that has the highest poverty level, do you think you need to come out and change the leadership? If you live in a state that has the highest unemployment in the nation, do you think you need to change your leadership? Well, let me tell you something. They always tell us that we're only voting at 25%. Well, damn it, it's time now to get up to 100%. Because I didn't come back to Mississippi after law school to live in the poorest state in the country. I came back here to be a part of a change or something you want to build. Now, I heard everybody talks about black votes. My challenge is that there are poor white folks out there too. And I want them to come out and vote on behalf of themselves. It's time for them to stop voting against their interest. Let me tell you something. If you got the highest poverty rate in the country, they ain't all black folks. And if you got the lowest gross domestic product in the country, the people who ain't working, who ain't producing, ain't all black folks. Now, first they did, the decision came down was they said, let's get rid of Benny Thompson. Let's get rid of that reign of terror. Now, the only terror I know Benny Thompson has done is brought more than $10 billion to the state of Mississippi in the last 10 years. Money that came directly to the state, and they spent less than 10% of it in the 2nd district that he represents. So what I'm telling you is, as legislators, our job is to get in those rooms, as Representative Crosby talked about, they got a pencil. Well, let me tell you what, I don't care what they got. I'm gonna have a club, a knife, or whatever I got to have, but we ain't gonna stand for it no more. This is a fight. This is a fight, and this is a fight where you put your hands in the dirt, you lock arms with your colleagues, and you go in there and you push, and you don't stop until you tear everything down where you can build it back right. Let's fight so we can win.
Now, y'all see why I had to open up the mic to the man. He know exactly what to say. Thank y'all. Y'all give it up for our caucus. Give it up for our caucus. They've been amazing. Thank y'all so much. Y'all, thank y'all. Thank y'all for your work, and thank you for your dedication. Okay, next coming to the mic, we have Trey Murphy. Trey Murphy is a member, he's the national organizer for the Legal Defense Fund, the organization who actually argued the case of Louisiana versus Calais, which is why we're here today. Trey Murphy.
When I say who's democracy, you say our democracy. Who's democracy? Who's democracy? Mississippi, I can't hear you. Who's democracy? All righty. Good afternoon, family, as they say in the Baptist church, because I was born in the Baptist church. I won't be before you long, you know, as they say. But last Saturday, we stood with more than 5,000 people in the state of Alabama. Today, we're standing with what looks like at least 1,000 inside of this room. And the message is still clear. The Supreme Court will not have the final say. The message is clear. The Supreme Court will not have the final say. We're standing here in Jackson, Mississippi, a state with one of the deepest and most painful histories of racial discrimination in this country. And the fact that these maps were voted on at the old Capitol, a place where Jim Crow laws, racial terrorism, and systemic exclusion of Black people in our democracy was passed, is not just offensive, it is a reminder that the forces of voter suppression never disappeared. They just changed their language and changed their tactics. So at LDF, we know this very well because we argued the Calais case before the Supreme Court, that when we were standing in the belly of the beast, what we witnessed was a coordinated attempt to roll back generations of progress. But my wife, Heather Murphy family, is a 5-generation Mississippian. And families here have had to endure lynching, segregation, intimidation, and disenfranchisement. And yet y'all still kept going. They kept building. They kept believing in freedom even when America did not believe in them. So today we're standing loud and unapologetically. We will not be silent. We will not surrender our democracy. And we will not allow extremist courts, cowardly politicians, or hostile administrations to erase the sacrifices of our ancestors.
Y'all give it up for Trey. Give it up for Trey. We got another fierce lawyer that's been fighting on the front lines. I'm looking for my brother. Amir Badat. It's Amir. Amir, y'all give it up for Amir Badat. And this is a personal note, y'all. When I think about who do I call when things go awry, it's my brother Amir Badat. And we had started this journey together in 2018. 2018, we both were working outside of Mississippi, and we came down here to help Mike Espy at the time. He was running for the United States Senate, and we said, we're going to come back home, we're going to do some stuff. Amir, I think we're doing some stuff. We're doing some stuff. Y'all give it up for Amir Badat.
Thank you so much. Hello, Mississippi. Mississippi is in the house tonight. I want everyone just to pause for a second. Take a look around. Look how many people are in this building right now. This is power. This is power. You are power. This is the power that we're going to bring to the fight. I was born and raised in Meridian, Mississippi. My parents immigrated there. Meridian House, where we at? Where y'all at, Meridian? There we go. My parents immigrated there almost 50 years ago. My wife and I are raising our family here in Mississippi, and that's because Mississippi raised me. Mississippi raised me. Mississippi taught me what community is. Mississippi taught me what it means to struggle for something bigger than yourself. Mississippi is why I became a voting rights attorney. Meg Travers, Fannie Lou Hamer, Hollis Watkins, the countless Mississippians who fought, who gave their lives for the rights that we enjoy today and that they're trying to take away, who fought to change America, they are why I became a voting rights attorney. Those heroes beat back Jim Crow when they won the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And now, the Roberts Court has opened the door to Mississippi to try to recreate the Confederacy. But let me tell you all something. Let me tell you all something that Albert Hoseman and Tate Reeves and Jason White don't know. Our heroes prepared us for this moment. When Fannie Lou Hamer walked from Ruleville to Indianola to register to vote, she prepared us for this moment. When Hollis Watkins went from county to Mississippi County registering people to vote, he prepared us for this moment. When Medgar Evers organized a boycott of businesses in Jackson, right here, he prepared us for this moment. We are ready for this moment. We are ready to fight. Let me hear you say it. We are ready to fight. Say it with me. We are ready to fight. We are ready to fight. In the legislature, we are ready to fight. In the courthouse, we are ready to fight. And in the streets, we are ready to fight. Thank you.
Y'all give it up for my brother. Give it up for my brother, Amir Badat. Listen, the work that we do here can't be done alone. We have to do it in coalition. We got to do it in coalition, meaning that all of us coming together, pulling together our time, our resources, our efforts, all in the name of the same cause. And the cause today is voting rights. So the group of people that I am bringing to the stage next, they are a part of the collective consciousness of the state of Mississippi. That's right, give it up for them. This is a multicultural coalition that we are building here in this state, because what affects one of us affects all of us. Say, what affects one of us? What affects one of us affects all of us. All right, next coming to the stage is the convener of the Mississippi Black Women's Roundtable, the one and only Miss Cassandra Welchlam, and she coming with a village, y'all. Give it up for the Mississippi Black Women's Roundtable. Oh, wait a minute. Who do we have? Let me look, let me see. Oh, y'all, give it up for this, Mr. Melanie Campbell. Melanie is president, CEO of National Civic, National Coalition for Black Civic Participation. Y'all, I got so many acronyms, but let me tell y'all about this lady. She has been a fierce warrior. I mean, warrior for us, our people, but specifically Black women in this country, in this nation for more than 30 years. So y'all give it up to Melanie Campbell.
Hollis Watkins' name has come up a couple of times. Come on, these my people. And I got some more people out there. Y'all come on in. But Hollis Watkins' name has come up a couple of times in this room. He was my mentor, Derek Johnson's mentor. He was also Najambi Lambright's mentor, and we grew under his leadership. And if he was here, he was saying this: we've come this far by faith. leaning on the Lord. Come on, y'all, yeah. Trusting in his holy word, yeah. He never failed me yet. Come on. Oh, can't turn around. We've come this far by faith. Yeah. The Mississippi Black Women's Roundtable, along with our national president, Melanie Campbell, who's over the National Coalition of Black Civic Participation and Black Women's Roundtable, and we have Michigan Black Women's Roundtable in the house with us today. We're standing here together as one. I stand in the legacy of Mississippi Black women who have always voted, always organized, and always pushed this state towards justice. Long before it was safe, long before it was popular, long before anyone bothered to protect our vote, Black women in Mississippi and the South walked miles to polling places, faced intimidations, literacy tests, poll taxes, and violence, and yet we still voted. They voted because they believe in a future they might never see, but one that they demanded for all of us. And today, we honor them not with our silence, but with our actions. Because the issues that sit on your kitchen tables are on the ballot box every single year and every single day. We're fighting for paid family and medical leave so no mother has to choose between a paycheck and her health. Amen. Amen. We fight for affordable child care so families can work and thrive and still show up for their children. We fight for maternal health and reproductive justice so Black women can live full, healthy lives. We fight for voting rights because without the vote, we lose the power to shape every one of these issues. Right now, Mississippi and across the country, as many of you have heard, these efforts are to silence our voices, restrict our access, and make it harder for us to do what we have come down here to do. But Mississippi, we ain't going back. We're never going back. We are never going back. So we fight on. We fight on. We fight on. Melanie Campbell.
All right. How you doing, Mississippi? How you doing, Mississippi? Well, I am here. I want to let you know I'm here with the Hollis Walkers many, many years ago. Anybody remember Stephanie Parker Weaver? Y'all know Deborah Robinson? Some of y'all might remember Reverend James Orange. Come here with those young people coming out here and fighting for the Mississippi, the catfish workers to make sure they had workers' rights. So, and I got folks from Meridian, Mississippi. So by way of Florida, I came by. By way of Georgia, I came by. By way of DC, I came by to remind us that we are the leaders we're looking for. Look at your neighbor. Say, neighbor, neighbor, oh neighbor, you are the leader you're looking for. We are the power. We built this country, and we ain't going no damn where. We're not going to be erased. Because at the end of the day, y'all, at the end of the day, we were down in Selma, Alabama last week with Kenya. We were down there in Selma, and Montgomery said, why you go to Selma? Because that's where we got our full citizenship. We went back to pay homage, and then we said, we got to come to Mississippi. Mississippi, why? Because the freedom is here. You all have laid the groundwork. And last thing I want to say, in this moment, I want to talk to those who think that they can erase us. I want to talk to those who think we're going to take 61 years to get back what our foreparents and forefathers fought and bled and died for. We're not going to have it. Are you?
watch our smoke. Let's get it done, Mississippi. This is a United States of America problem. This ain't a black problem. This ain't a South problem. This is a United States of America problem. And we're going to do what we need to go. And so my little Latasha would say, let's go.
Listen, y'all, if you got a fan say Mississippi fights back, come on, y'all. I know it's been long, but it ain't wrong. Say Mississippi fights back. All right, if you got this fan right in front of you, there's a QR code on this fan. We want you to tell your story because your story matters. Your story is why we're here. And so do us a favor, scan this QR code so that you can let the people know why this cause matters to you. Listen, next up, because y'all, hey, we building up to something big. Say, we building up to something big. We building up to something big. Listen. I'm actually going to ask us to take a quick little music break. I feel like we need an energy booster. Y'all need an energy booster? Just a little bit of an energy booster. DJ, what you got for me? Pipe me up. Hey, pipe me up, pipe me up, pipe me up, pipe me up. Are we ready? Yes, sir, no? All right, they not ready. So I'm going to go ahead and switch it on over. I'm going to switch it on over to our next group of coalition builders. Y'all join me in welcoming Miss Lorena Cortez to the stage. Lorena is representing the Immigrant Alliance for Justice and Equity. Give it up for our partners, IAJE.
Power to the people, y'all. Sing it with me. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine.
All right. To my beautiful community, my brothers, my sisters, my children, and my elders, today we are letting our light shine. Look around this room and the faces of the people sitting next to you. We're here because we dare to dream a better life, not here because we love our families and we love our Mississippi. But love is not just a feeling, it is an action. And today I want to talk to you about the most powerful tool we have to protect the love. Our voice and our vote. 61 years ago, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was signed into law written in blood, sweat, and tears of Black leaders and organizers right here in Mississippi, facing beatings, jail, death, so that regular people could walk into a booth, pull a lever, and say, I'm here, my life matters, my children deserve a future. And we know this is Black history, but what does this have to do with us, the immigrant community? Well, let me tell you, it has everything to do with us. Everything. When Mississippi passes laws that make it harder to vote, they're trying to silence all of us. They're trying to silence the immigrant mother who just got her citizenship, voting at her school for her child. Voting Rights Act is the shield that protects our right to be heard. If that shield is broken, we are all left unprotected. But the beautiful thing is that when we work together, we win. Our Black brothers and sisters have been paving the way for resistance. We know the terrain and the struggle. They know how to organize, hold the line. As immigrants, we know how to work hard, sacrifice, and how to build community out of nothing. Imagine what happens when we put our hands together. To win a Mississippi that respects our dignity, we must walk hand in hand with our Black brothers and sisters. We must show up for their fights just as they show up for us. We must learn from their history and they must hear our stories. Sí se puede. Yes, we can. Sí se puede. Yes, we can. We love you, Mississippi.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lorena. Thank you so much. Next, coming to the stage, Miss Olita Fitzgerald, the leader of the Southern Rural Black Women's Initiative. What my rural folks said? Say yeah. Yeah. Y'all don't really know who Miss Olita is for me. But she said, make sure I handle my business and say, she's also the Southern Regional Director of the Children's Defense Fund. Where my young people at?
Thanks, Joaquina. Woo. Man, this is some sight to see. I want to talk a little quiet because this is such a serious situation we're in that the rallying is good, but we got to go back home. All politics is local. I want to just say a little bit about why what they're doing is important. And we have been here before, as you've heard from other people. There was something called the 3/5 compromise. At one time, the Supreme Court of this country ruled that only 3/5 of black people could vote when the voting power grew. But I want to say, when we are talking about elections, we're talking about electing people who go somewhere and represent us. If we had not had the Black Caucus at the Capitol this past session, they would have pulled public school dollars out of your communities and paid them to private academies. The same private academies that left the public school district after desegregation and wanted state money then. These people don't die. We can't die. This generational. We need to vote, we say, because we need health care. But let me say this. Mississippi has the highest rate of infant mortality and maternal mortality in the country. Jackson State University has done some research that says 80% of the black women who die in Mississippi from maternal mortality could have lived. These people know what they are doing when they withdraw resources. 2 years ago, when we're talking about electing people, when they go somewhere, we're looking at the votes that we have versus the votes that they have, and there's very little in the middle, and they don't even want us to have those votes. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when we could have expanded Medicaid, didn't expand Medicaid, they talk about hospital closings, but know that they closed, now get this, they closed the only NICU unit in the Mississippi Delta. What does that mean? Babies born in stress have to either go to Memphis or come to Jackson to be seen. These are serious issues that we're talking about, and it's not about candidates. Don't care if you don't like a candidate, we have to vote. I'm getting off. We've got to go home and we've got to talk to people about why it's important to vote. And all you got to do is look at what's happening in the country. All you do is, there's a hearing going on now. They're attacking the Southern Poverty Law Center and the Judiciary Committee in Washington. We are having things rolled back that should not be rolled back. Understand this. They ain't the only people who pay taxes. It's your tax money. They don't want you to have a voice over the money you spend. They want you to have taxation without representation. This ain't new. So leave here, and we look at y'all like breadcrumbs. We're going to follow y'all because we've got work to do. We've got to elect some people out of office. If we don't do it this year, there's no telling where we will be. And I will leave with this, with young people.
Not only is education and health care, child care. We got black child care centers about to close all over the state. And the governor is sitting on the money right down there that could help them. Decisions that they make. And you young people, if I don't say nothing else and leaving, when Joaquin throws me off, they always start with a whisper. They always start with a whisper. They are talking about the draft. The draft. The whispers get louder. The draft. We have better wake up because we are under attack like we have never been. Y'all are here because you know it, but we got to take it back home. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Y'all give it up for Miss Olita Fitzgerald, our fierce leader, our fierce leader. She spoke about the future. She spoke about young people. This next group of people are just that. They are the voices of the future. And so y'all join me in welcoming Jolie Elizabeth Stallworth, Audrey Crenshaw, Xavier Wright, and Ozzy Welshland to the stage, y'all. We're going to speak for the future. Someone say, speak for the future. Speak for the future. You are the future.
We all know that a change has come in Mississippi, an inflection point in our nation's history. We have been forced to wake up and make a decision between the ballot or bureaucracy, between the turnout or tyranny, between disenfranchisement or democracy, between resignation or representation. I know you all are very aware of the decision that the Supreme Court made, which allowed for redistricting and the redrawing of the lines. The governor calling it a good day in Mississippi. We all know that that is not true. We all know that it is just a green light for gerrymandering. Let me be clear, they may redraw the lines, but they could never redraw our dignity and our determination. Because no matter how these lines are shifted and shaped, one truth remains unchanged, and that is the power has never lied in lines on a piece of paper. The power has always been with the people. The people who refuse to be silenced, and the people who refuse to be denied, and the people who refuse to be spectators. We will overcome, and we shall overcome. I close with the words from Dr. King. Freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. Thank you. I know that we have all seen what has been happening on the news, the attempt of eradication and annihilation of our right and our fight. But I want us to know that what I see in my community, that every time there's a fight, that we fight back. And that even though that there's attack, that we get stronger and we strengthen more. And although we are faced with the same struggle as of 1964 and 1972 in Gary, Indiana, the struggle for rights, representation, and legislation, we also have a choice of the same solution, which is the people. The people are the solution. Said to me that we are the solution. We are the solution. And although Mississippi is the center of the voting rights movement, because we know that our ancestors like Fannie Lou Hamer, Hollis Watkins Muhammad, and also Medgar Evers, we send a clear message, and that is that Mississippi will not go back. And I know the saying is, as goes the South, goes the nation. But I believe as Mississippi goes forward, this nation has to go forward. And I know that many people are worried about taking away our rights and everything else. But I think that we should remember what our ancestors gave us. And that is the tools to organize, to mobilize, and to fight for what is ours. And I'm going to end with a quote from Hollis Watkins. He said that freedom is not given. It is protected, it is organized, and it is built in the community. Thank you.
I love them so much. I know them so much. Next, y'all mind if I take a break? Can I take a little break? Because I want to bring Brooke Floyd to the stage. Brooke has been leading the fight for water rights right here in Jackson. So I want Brooke to say something on behalf of the People's Advocacy Institute.
I was a cheerleader. I can yell, but I don't think I can yell that loud. And it was a long time ago. Thank you all for being here, for standing up. There are some of us missing, and I need you to bring them next time. So turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, next time, I'm going to bring those folks that aren't here today. And I'm going to tell them what we talked about today. Now let's get to it. According to the 2020 census, Black people make up 38% of our state's population. Now let's say this. There is a reason they cut that census short. There have long been concerns from racists that they were losing their stronghold, and they have been hell-bent ensuring that they don't. Discriminatory voter ID laws, mass incarceration, underfunded public schools, and now the myth that redistricting will result in fairer elections. They have flooded social media and the news with sound bites, with misinformation, alternate realities, appealing to people's fears, prejudices, and lack of access. There is a reason we have a digital divide in Mississippi, drawn down color lines and economic status. Fellow Mississippians, let me make sure your anger is placed correctly. Our Black lawmakers make up 31%, just 31% in that building over there. They are not the majority voting bloc in the bill or for any laws that come out of it. While we may have had progressive governors in the past, we have never had a legislature to match. We do have an alarming number of hospitals and clinics that have closed or are on the brink of closing. Schools gone, crumbling infrastructure, food deserts, some of the highest grocery costs in this nation, violence increasing throughout the state, and forever chemicals in the water in 80 out of 82 counties. When disaster strikes, it is us. It is us that shows up. Community supporting each other, knowing that if we wait on them, it will be too late. We didn't make Mississippi the poorest state. No, we have existed and struggled and figured out how to survive in a system actively trying to destroy us and silence us. If you speak out, they attack you, your family, your friends. We know they only move quickly in moments like this to victimize Black people, poor people, brown and other marginalized groups. Imagine if they put that energy into making Mississippi better for us all. We wouldn't have the highest infant mortality rate, nor the shortest life expectancy, I'm almost through, nor one of the highest incarceration rates in the world. The UN declares slavery as the gravest crime against humanity, and Mississippi for the other. They refuse to acknowledge it. So when the governor declares all Americans are created equal, but half of Mississippi isn't treated as such and never has been, I certainly do not trust you or your friends with my equality. Senator Jeremy England said, and I quote, "We are barbarians who only want to grab the flag of our team and hoist it high for a starving and poor crowd." Our governor said the reign of terror would be over soon. The only barbarians I'm aware of are those who deny their fellow Mississippians access to health care, healthy food, quality education, safe infrastructure and water, selling our land to the highest bidder as they slowly poison us. I agree the reign of terror needs to end, but the terrorizer, sir, is you and people like you. We are tired, we are angry, and we are hell-bent on thriving. We will not stand down. We will not stop, and your reign of terror will end soon. I will see you all in November, and I will see you in 2027 and in 2028. We are coming for each and every one of you. I am black, I am a woman, and I am from Mississippi, and I will never forget.
Y'all give it up for Brooke. Give it up for Brooke. Give it up for Brooke. Next coming to the mic is Candace Abdul Tawab. Mississippi for a just world, y'all.
Power to the people! Power to the people! I know y'all are getting tired. I know y'all are getting tired. But we not as tired as our ancestors were. And I'm begging you to give, to save your energy and your love for the young people behind me when they come up, because it was young people that led the movement. And young people are missing in this room. Shame the devil. We aren't here to showcase one organization. We are here to show the power of the Black vote. We are not here to highlight one person. We are here to show the power of the Black vote. And we are most certainly not here to sing the praises of one particular political party, especially when both political parties have been guilty of perpetuating the same type of harm on our communities. We are here to show the power of the Black vote. And we have gathered here today to stop the restoration of the Confederacy. Do you hear me? We are here to stop the restoration of the Confederacy and stop the erasure of the Black vote. When Black folks win, the entire country wins. Let me say it again and let me hear you. When Black folks win, the entire country wins. Every single human rights protection that Black folks have fought for has ultimately uplifted every single community that is deemed a minority in this country. But we are part of the global majority. Remember that. We are part of the global majority. From Mississippi, my people, I didn't hear you. From Mississippi, let me hear you. From Alabama, from Tennessee, from Georgia, from Palestine, from the Congo, to Sudan, to the power of the Black vote is real. It is a human right. Voting rights are a human right. Say it with me. Voting rights are a human right. Voting rights are a human right. Voting rights are a human right. Free the land.
One more time, say free the land. Let me get a yeah. Check it out, man. Look at all these young people. Don't they look good up here? Give it up for them one more time. Say, you are the future. Say, we trust y'all. And we love y'all. Up next, man, we got Abella LaFemme Society, Lakers Smith. Give it up, give it up.
Mississippi, goddamn. Louisiana is in the building. Jackson, we have been standing with you. And one thing I can tell you right now, there is no more blood on the leaves. We are taking our power back. Last week was an election cycle for the state of Louisiana, and we said no on all 5 racist amendments. And because we're standing in this room and we build each other up, I would be remiss if I did not mention my good brother Cliff, my good sister Latasha Brown, my good sister Ashley Shelton, and all of the queens of the South of this movement. Because when we build power together, we make changes for our future, for our kids. Louisiana stands with Mississippi. We stand with the South. We're not going back. What happened was not a mistake. It's what we needed to wake up. This is not this moment. This is our movement. My mama named Fanny, and Fanny said she was tired of being sick and tired. Guess what? I'm a daughter of New Orleans, 3rd generation. And when I say with my chest, we are not afraid. We are better together. Jackson, what we doing in the state of Louisiana, what we're seeing happening, overturning, and all of the political violence that is happening in the South, we needed this moment so we can stand together. Jackson, Louisiana, love you. Thank you so much.
When we fight, give it up. Back to the youth. Everybody say back to the youth. We're going to go in this order. Johnny Crenshaw, Xavier Wright, and Osney Wilson. Let's go. Is the Johnny present?
Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? That's great. My name is Clarissa Coleman, and I am a graduating senior of the P.S. Sugulu Early College High School, and I just have a few words to say at this amazing movement. The name of the event today is called the Mississippi Day of Action, and there's one specific word that rings higher than every other word, and that is the word action. I want to preach this youth. In an article from Tough Circle says approximately 30 to 33% of young people report having no intention in participating civically, while 50% disconnected from in-person community activities, which directly limits their political involvement. Now, this is important because so many people don't have the ability to do or participate civically, but this event today proves otherwise. And that is why moments like this matter. They matter because the results of what's done civically affect us not just civically, but mentally, physically, and emotionally, and it's time to do something about it. But we can't do anything about it without looking back on our history. We keep mentioning the names of people like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Freedom Riders, the Black Panther Party, because these are the people that crawled so we could walk. These are the people that walked so we could run. These are the people that ran so we can fly, and they're the people that fly so we can soar. We as people, no matter if you're black or white, any type of person, we weren't just given the right to convene like this. We had to earn it. So I want to leave every single person with something today. Create more events like this. Create flyers. Go out into your community. If you can talk to one person, that's one person who can become more civically engaged. And now remember, do whatever. Be wherever and join whoever to turn convening into action and action into change. One more time. Everybody say, do whatever. be wherever, and join whoever to turn convenings like this into action, but action into change.
Real quick, got a lost and found. Whoever is looking for a Nikon camera, or they lost a Nikon camera. Last was at the rally. If you're looking for a Nikon camera, somebody lost a Nikon camera. But up next, Xavier and Wright. Is that it? Miss Wilson.
Shooky now. I think we done started some mess. What's going on, Mississippi? Oh, y'all too comfortable. I said stand up, Mississippi. Is this a rally or a conference? Stand up, Mississippi. Stand up. Stand up, Mississippi. Get in the middle. Let's get it. Let me put my bullhorn down. They gave the wrong person a bullhorn. All right, I am Asni Kaita Welchland, the 94th SGA President-elect of Tougaloo College. And right here, we got some Tougaloo College. Shout Tougaloo! Yes, and Tougaloo is the illustrious, the historic, and resilient college. That same college that once was a plantation, but now educates Black and brown students. The same college was one who had Stokely Carmichael and Fannie Lou Hamer step on their campus and speak. The same college that produced students who conducted powerful sins is the same college that I represent. And we came here to say, try it if you want to. Oh, okay. We have to understand that it is not just about our voting rights. It's about there being one power, one authority. But this is not a king's land. Let me hear it. This is not a king's land. The people hold the power. We're in a position not just to push back on the attack of the voting rights, but since we got their attention, I'm calling for an end to all wars, to all genocides. I'm calling for Black liberation, free healthcare, a free America, a free Palestine, a free Sudan, a free Congo. Because international solidarity is the way to freedom. Say no APAC money. Oh, okay. My young people, channel in your ancestral DNA. Use their energy and use your voice, use your power to fight back. They are trying to turn us around, and some may say they made us take a step back. But we are going to link arms. Can y'all link arms for me? Can y'all link arms for me? Get with your partner. Y'all got it? We are going to link arms and keep marching forward. Be bold, be loud, be strategic in your power. And I want y'all to say this with me. Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't. Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't. Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people ain't gonna let nobody turn us round. Come on, turn me round, turn us round. Ain't gonna let nobody turn us round. We gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Thank you, Mississippi.
Hey, give it up for Kaita one more time. Listen, that is a young firecracker right there, man. Check it out. This young man that I'm about to bring up, I refer to him as a walking history book, and you're about to find out in a few moments. This brother right here, if y'all see if you can make an eruption of an applause for the good brother representing one voice, Mr. Frank Figures. Yes, Lord.
Ditto to everything that has been said. But to borrow from the national president,
of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, have some decisions to make. Will this become a movement, a struggle of us against us, or will it continue to be a movement, a struggle against the systems and structures that prevent humans from being all that God intended us to be? When we choose to struggle against systems and structures that prevent us from becoming all that God intended us to be, we need the right information. We need a quality, fact-based education. From 1875 to 1940, the majority of the people in Mississippi were prevented from voting because of violence, intimidation, legal and judicial restraints. The Constitution of 1890, which we still operate under, the state operates under that Constitution today. Poll taxes, subjective literacy tests, and underfunded public education system. From 19 to July 1965, the struggle against systems and structures continued. In August, became law. In January 1966, the Mississippi State Legislature met and redistricted the entire state of Mississippi on the municipal, the county, the state, and the federal level in such that even you could of your choice. It took 15 years and 9 to the court to get where we are today. Mr. Charles
Everett of the Medgar and Early Elvis Institute. Y'all give it up for one time for the one time.
Hello. Mississippi, where are you? Alabama, where are you? Louisiana, where are you? The United States of America, citizens, where are you? Arkansas is in the house. And I tell you, one of my favorite people from Arkansas, vote and rocked with Minnie Jean Trickey and with Elizabeth Eckford and all who walked through those halls at Central High. Let's just say, hey, family. It's so good to be with everybody. You know, this is truly a monumental day. Remember that, because it's going to change our lives. Because of what? Action? Because of the people that we remember who fought the fight for civil rights. So part of my legacy, and I'm so happy to say that, and I'm so happy to be in this room on this soil that my father said he would never leave, and that's Medgar Evers. And I just want to pay homage to him for one moment. Today is May 20th. May 20th, 1963, Medgar Evers got on TV. He was the first Negro, Black, to get on TV in Jackson, Mississippi, who was not an entertainer. But why did he get on TV? To talk about what rights were being trying to take away, but also what rights we have to fight for. Because the city and the mayor of Jackson said, basically, oh, they're all right. They called us the N-word, but they're all doing fine. We have no problems here in Mississippi, but we have problems in Mississippi. We have problems in the nation. So I just want to share this with you because it still rings true. The years of change is upon us. In the racial picture, things will never be the way they once were. History has reached a turning point here and over the world. Understand, right now, history has reached a turning point again. Not just Jim Crow 2.0, it's freedom forever. So I just want to say to you today, boy, I sounded like my dad like that. Wow. You came out. Today, all of our voices have to be heard. We have to not only make sure we are properly registered, we have to take our neighbors, our family, our friends, our strangers to do the same thing. And then you need to always go to the polls, not for one election, but for all. Thank you for what you're doing. And I tell you, our ancestors are looking for us to move this forward. And they are expecting us to turn it over generation by generation. So let's do that. Let's do that, America. Let's make things right.
Give it up one more time for Ms. Rena Everett. Up next, we have Eddie Glaude, scholar, Princeton University. Give it up, give it up.
I don't want to take too much of your time. I wasn't born in the 1940s. I didn't come of age when Medgar Evers was risking his life. I wasn't around to march or cross Edmund Pettus Bridge. I wasn't organizing with SNCC. I didn't stand post with the Black Panther Party. I didn't join the Nation of Islam. I was just a thought. History, it seemed, had passed me by. I always felt that I was born out of place and out of time because we were around then. But the circumstances of life have made it such that it is our time now. In the 150th year of the country, the nation has decided to double down on the idea that it is a white republic. In the 250th year of the nation's history, it has decided to put you and me in our place. And the question becomes, will you be complicit? The question becomes, how will you answer history's call? Because in the 250th year of this country, we have to deal with this shit again. And I want to say to you as I step off this stage, bring all of your righteous anger, bring all of your energy, because we have to tell these people finally and once for all, this idea of America as belonging only to white people is dead from here and forevermore. And as I give the mic to my boy here, understand the power of Mississippi, the power of this state. Mississippi is a metaphor for America. It is such a beautiful country combined with unimaginable cruelty. That's America. Mississippi, the home of the blues. We have placed the blue note at the heart of the country. Bring the power of Mississippi to the fore, because these white folk have lost their damn minds if they don't understand who we are.
Give it up for Brother Eddie. Gotta love that fireball energy, man. Check it out. We're going to keep the ball rolling. Up next, we got Scott Colom, District Attorney, District 16, State of Mississippi.
God bless y'all. God bless you all. My name is Scott Colom, and I'm honored to be here. And it's such an important moment because to be a Mississippian is to be deeply, deeply rooted in our history. Deeply rooted in our history. And our history has a lot of heroes. Heroes like Fannie Lou Hamer. Heroes like Medgar Evers. Heroes like Governor Winter. People that understood that equal representation of fair access to the ballot was essential for Mississippi to reach its potential. People that understood that access to the ballot was essential for quality education, quality jobs, and quality health care. But our history is also full of villains. People like Governor Barnett and Senator Bilbo, who use division, use hatred to keep power for themselves. They use that because they did not have a vision for our state. They did not have a vision that was based in making sure everybody's life mattered. In this particular moment, after Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was gutted, we're seeing those similar type of villains reappear. We're seeing people come forward and attack Congressman Thompson in ways that are unprecedented, accusing him of having a reign of terror on District 2. Well, the issue with that is, I don't remember Governor Reeves sending back the money that Congressman Thompson voted to give billions of dollars for infrastructure. I don't remember Governor Reeves sending back the money that Congressman Thompson voted for health care. I don't remember that. They're using division and distraction because they don't want working Mississippians to unite and fight for the Mississippi. They don't want that. They no longer want the voters to pick them. They want to pick their voters. Because if they truly thought that Congressman Thompson was not representing his district well, they could find somebody to beat him in 2nd District. They could find somebody to beat him, but they know they can't, so they don't want to try. But in this particular moment, what we got to do is we got to be the heroes. We got to be the heroes. And the heroes won't be the elected officials. It won't be the speakers on this panel. The heroes will be the people of Mississippi. It will be the people. It will be teachers that care about the classroom, making sure every child has a quality education. Heroes will be the nurses and the doctors who care about making sure every Mississippian has a quality health care and has a hospital. Heroes will be the church leaders that care about their congregants and wanting to make sure that everybody is recognized as a child of God. Because the reality is, God has tested us in this moment. God has tested us. Every generation of Mississippians get to write the chapter of our state. It's time for us to write our chapter. And what we got to do is write a chapter that honors our ancestors, but also understands that our future is better than our past. So when our children and grandchildren read about what we did in this moment, they'll know that we showed the country that Mississippi matters. God bless y'all.
Give it up once again for Scott Colom. Up next, everybody say President and CEO. That wasn't everybody. I said I want everybody to say President and CEO. Y'all give it up one time for Derek Johnson.
Give it a definition of character. The definition I was given of character is what you do in the dark when no one's looking. Demonstrate whether or not you have character. And because we have a person who represents the 2nd Congressional District with character, they want to come after him in the district. But I also was given another definition of who is a character. Because some people have character while other people are characters. And in this moment, even though many Mississippians are suffering under a character's rule, our member of Congress with character still vote on things that's important to all of us. You know, the fact that when you move around the state and you realize that if you live outside of the Jackson metro area and you get sick, you may not have a hospital within an hour or 2 hours drive because the character in the White House has moved to take the money, but the character that served the 2nd Congressional District continue to support access to health care for everybody. Some people have character, some people are characters. We are here today because we show our character, because we care about people. Now, we live in a state that individuals have had governing control for now 26 years, since 2003. And under their leadership, we continue to be ranked at the bottom of household income. We have the highest poverty rate in the country. We have the lowest educational attainment in the country. This is not black folks, this is Mississippians. We have the shortest expectancy. We have the worst health care delivery system. We have the highest obesity. We have the worst child well-being and the worst economic opportunity. The person in the governor's office is a character. while trying to remove a member of Congress who shows character. That when white farmers in this state are on the verge of losing their farms and they got money taken away from them and they took that same money and gave it to farmers in Argentina and they still vote for the character because they are part of a cult when the person with character is supporting the very issues to ensure they keep their farmers. Some people have character, others are characters. As we convene today, we need to leave out of this room showing our character and our ability to persevere all the attacks because we have done it before. In this moment, the performance of the demonstration is to energize, so we leave here, we do the work. In this moment, we come and get gathered and we see this intergenerational energy that's so beautiful when you see our elders and their wisdom and our young people and their energy and all of us who are in between, and we come together and realize that it's us for us and never us against us. In this moment, we have a platform of history that we stand on as we propel towards the future in this moment. Our character is to take the energy now and move forward. All 82 counties are called to demonstrate, and you represent all 82 of the counties in the state of Mississippi. When you walk out the door, you should get the pledge card. You got to commit to show your character because it's not enough to feel good in this room. It is absolutely necessary to do good when we leave from this city. So if you get nothing else, lean on the side of the person and the people and be an individual with character so we can fight the buffoons who are characters. And if we do that successfully, we will prevail. Peace and power.
DJ, before we have the grand finale, everybody say grand finale. Got a little bit of a special song we want to play. DJ, we ready? Say one moment. And let me say this, and you can tell me whether you agree. This is not only about black voters. This is about all of Mississippi, shoulder to shoulder, side by side, a shared history, and yes, it is an ugly one in many places. We have some making up to do in Mississippi. But that only happens when we come alongside one another, when we love one another, when we put division aside. And let's be honest, some of us in this room have been mad at each other over the years. I can think of 3 or 4 folks right now I've been mad at once or twice. But we're coming together around this. We will not go back 61 years. We will not erase the legacy of people who have been my heroes, student of the civil rights movement. A white man, 7 generations deep in the soil of this complicated state, who knows what it is to watch a people fight for what is right and just. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but I'm going to say it. We've come too far to turn back now. And I want to look over here to my right to a man who, for somebody like me, has been a beacon, and that's Congressman Benny Thompson. Time and again, he stood up, and they come after him, y'all. And I'm in some rooms that some of y'all may not be in, and I hear what they say. And it's ugly. And I grew up in the church. What I know is, don't like ugly. And this is ugly. And this is mean. And this is wrong. So as a student of the civil rights movement, as a civil rights professor, I will just say this. I'm here alongside you. We're going to do this together. And so many of us owe such a deep debt of gratitude to the man who's going to speak next, a hero of mine, a friend of mine, Congressman Benny Thompson. It's an honor just to be on the same stage. Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right, now we're ready for the grand finale. Are y'all ready? Can y'all make some more noise? DJ, play that. Come on, man. Early today, they didn't believe that we'd come to town in the rain. And all of a sudden, 5,000 plus came to town in the rain. But you know, this is just a down payment. It's gonna get better. And my colleague came all the way from Chicago, Illinois, to be with me. And we'll leave shortly to go back against and vote against you know who, because he's not right. And one of the reasons I know that is that's why you're here today. But more importantly, this has been a good rally. It put a lot of people in the room historically had differences. You know, sometimes you put those differences aside and work for the common good. And so what you've done here today tells me that there's hope in Mississippi, opportunity in Mississippi. With just a little fine tuning and planning, we can overcome. You know, sometimes you judge individual by his enemies. And my enemies, you know, because they call me a terrorist. Now, you know, I've been called a lot of things in my lifetime, but I've never been called a terrorist. But I do understand what code words mean. And you know, they never said that the Klan was terrorist. They never said that the people who killed other folk because they were encouraging people to vote as terrorists. They never said people who burned churches were terrorists. They never said people who assaulted black women because of their color were terrorists. But then you find somebody that all he's ever done in his life is try to make life better for people, and you call that person a terrorist. Well, if that's a terrorist, then I'm guilty because I want to make sure that everyone in this state has the opportunity to be the best that they can be. If we can help millionaire farmers grow their crops, we can help poor children be the best that they can be. The investment is what you make it. If this president can do all the things that he's doing and get elected president, something is wrong with this picture. You know, how are we going to elect a felon president? You know, but you call a guy that only had 3 speeding tickets in his life, you call him a terrorist. You understand? But this guy who's a convicted felon is somebody you admire. Now, something's wrong with that picture. And so here we are today to say that, look, you may have a problem with people, but we don't. You know, because in America, we have the right to choose. So if I choose my leaders and you're not satisfied with it, then what you gonna do? You gonna call him a terrorist? So what he's saying is a lot of people in this district, because you for your family is to be better, you know better than a terrorist too. You are a terrorist because you want better for your community and your family. And so I commit to you that we'll do better if the notion that somehow registering and voting is a terroristic act, then between now and November, you better hold on. Because for what we have to do is settle our differences at the ballot box. And if we settle our differences at the ballot box, then whoever wins, that's what it is. Now, if you lose, don't act like the folk did on January 6th, tear the place up, because that's not who we are as Americans. And so the real terrorists came to Washington following Donald Trump, and they tore up the Capitol. Those are terrorists. And so what you saw with your own eyes, it really did happen. I don't care if they tell you that what you saw with your own eyes didn't happen. They lying, because you saw it too. But you know, if we don't go vote, the felon gets elected. And so that felon now wants to reward all the people that broke into the Capitol. And so rather than giving grants and scholarships to kids to go to school, you want to give money to felons who broke into the United States Capitol. Something wrong with that picture. So I'm here with you. I want my 2 colleagues who are here with me. Jonathan Jackson came because I invited him to come. He's been to Alabama, he's been to Louisiana, now he's back home to Mississippi. And so his being here says a lot. A lot of other people wanted to come, but he's been whispering in my ear, say, you know, this is Wednesday. You know, say, how you get this many folk together on a Wednesday? Well, you start talking about people and talking about their ancestors and then saying all these kind of things, you get folk together. And so we now have the Baptists, we have the Methodists, we have the Episcopalians, the Muslims, we got the backsliders, we got everybody in the world here today. And so when we have that, I thank people getting us together, because otherwise, I don't know what could have gotten us together. But I thank them for getting us together. Now, our job is to work. So without further ado, I want to first introduce Congressman Jonathan Jackson from up south, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you, Congressman Thompson, affectionately, Uncle Benny. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you all make my heart so proud. I am ecstatic, so excited to be here today. This is going to go down in history on May 20th, 2026. The people in Alabama, the people in Louisiana, the people in Tennessee, and the people in Washington, D.C. know that you have gathered today. And for taking the time off, our ancestors are celebrating in heaven. Sometimes you have to put your principles first. Let us make sure that we continue to go forward and put our dignity before dollars. We got a message. I heard that the governor of this great state called my friend and colleague, the Honorable Chairman Benny Thompson, a terror of rain. Oh, I wish I could see the governor. And I know you've got a spy in here somewhere, but tell him I'm talking about him. And if he wants to come here, I want to see him. We're not going back. We're not scratching no itch. No yes, sir, boss, no backwards thinking. We're going forward. We can look him eye to eye and talk man to man. Now, if you call him a terror, you're calling me something. But let me tell him a little something about his history. When you had Vardaman, the governor, that started convict leasing that did the Parchment Penitentiary, that was a reign of terror. When you stole our land, the people that picked the cotton, then you stole our land, that's a reign of terror. When our soldiers went to war and came back home and could not get the GI Bill, that's a reign of terror. When you gave us a poll tax and then wouldn't let us vote, that's a reign of terror. When you send my friends, families from the Mosley Till family who's buried in Chicago, young Emmett Till, that's a reign of terror. After they confess to killing a child and you put nobody in jail, that's a reign of terror. Well, I came to be with you because you've stood on the right side. You've heard the statistic. Mississippi last. We're done with that. Now, all we got is upside, Mississippi. We start turning this around right now, right here, today. Not tomorrow, today. Not tomorrow, today. Now, the governor is in there listening right now. Now, I want you to understand, this is something about power I want to leave you with. They have the opportunity to try to get health care for everyone, try to fix education for everyone, try to make sure that we have decent programs to help cultivate everyone's potential. But that, they don't have the speed. They don't have the alacrity, shall they say. They say that things are complex. There are budget constraints at this time. We don't have the money. There is a budget shortfall. We have to be fiscally responsible, is what they tell us. But lo and behold, when it comes to stealing some power, they woke up, stayed up all night, came from every corner across the state to try to take Congressman Benny Thompson. They didn't know that we were going to fight back. When my brother, Representative Pearson, when he brings truth to power in Nashville, just over the hill around yonder way, over the bayou, he's right up there. They strip him of all of his committees. Well, let me tell you, we have so much more today than we've ever had before. Reverend Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers did not have an iPad, did not have a cell phone, and they could organize, my God, with these phones and our connection, we're gonna organize this whole state. I need one last thing from you. I've exceeded my time. Say 167. 167. We have 167 days until the midterm. I need you to look at your neighbor and say, neighbor, are you registered? Look to the other side. Are you registered? We're going to take this all across the state. We're going to register our people. We're going to come out and vote in numbers. We're going to turn this state blue. We're going to get Benny Thompson in there, and we're going to get the governor out of here. God bless you and love you. 167, 167, 167, 167. What are you going to do for freedom? Every day, 167, and tomorrow is what?
Thank you very much.
Now, come on up here with me, brother. We got coalition. That's what makes this so powerful, y'all. It didn't just start in Louisiana. We've been seeing this in Alabama. We've been seeing it in Mississippi, Florida, and also in Tennessee. And so we have our brother, Representative Justin Jones, who's journeyed here with us from Tennessee, who's going to close us out. And I'm going to ask our coalition party. Y'all give it up for the Mississippi Rapid Response Voting Rights Act Coalition. Give it up for our people. We're going to stand together because we can't do this work alone. We stand as a group of people who represent millions of Mississippians. Our labor is not in vain. Your effort is not for naught. This is the time.
Power to the people. I don't know what the governor of Mississippi was talking about, a reign of terror, but what I see on this stage is a reign of righteousness. That we are rising up. The South's not going to rise again, but we're here to say that we're going to rise anew. We're going to build a new South, and if the governor wants to look at terror, I suggest he get off Twitter and look in the mirror. Because we know in Mississippi what terror looks like. It looks like Cheney, Goodman, and Warner. It looks like Medgar Evers. We know what terror looks like. It looks like crosses burned in your front yard. But what we see is a reign of righteousness rising up across the South. That this moment we must recommit ourselves to that legacy of liberation that says that we need a new Mississippi Freedom Summer in 2026. That we need to see the largest mobilization of black, brown, and poor white voters that we've seen in a generation. That we must let them know, as Fannie Lou Hamer said, we got to ask a question, a very simple question to this country as we celebrate 250 years. Is this America? Is this America where it's easier to get a gun than it is to vote? Is this America where black families are struggling to get their prescriptions and groceries while white insurrectionists get a $1.8 billion slush fund? Is this America? Is this America where we attack black representation and congressmen 60 years spitting on the graves of our elders and martyrs? Is this America? I don't know about making America great again, but Miss Fannie Lou Hamer said we got to make America what it ought to be. She said, move on over, or we'll move on over you, because we're moving on. And it's this coalition on this stage that's going to transform Mississippi. And my sisters and brothers, if we can transform Mississippi, we can transform the South. And if we can transform the South, we can transform this nation. If we can transform this nation, black folks will get free across this world. Something is happening in Mississippi, and it's giving us goosebumps in Tennessee, in Alabama, and Louisiana, because we know that we're on sacred ground, that there is a reign of righteousness rising. There's a reign of righteousness rising in the Capitol, from the State House to the White House. And that's why they're afraid of our dear brother, Uncle Benny, because they know that he stands as a multi-generational leader. But I want to let the governor of Mississippi know one thing, that he may attack Uncle Benny, but he got 10,000 or 20,000 folks who are coming to rise up with him. That he may come for one of us, but that he's going to get all of us. That we are coming from Illinois, that we're coming from Tennessee, that we're coming from California and Louisiana and New York, that we're rising together because people know that it's our time now. And so what I want to just end by saying is this, Mississippi, I'm from Tennessee, and being here today, you give us goosebumps and you let us know what is possible. Who thought that 5,000 people would gather on a Wednesday in the rain? But I want to say something, Mississippi. If you can get 5,000 people on a Wednesday in the rain, I believe you can get so many more on a Tuesday in November. That you can get a lot more folks on a Tuesday in November. I think it's the first Tuesday of November. And so we'll see you in Tuesday in November, the first Tuesday in November. And let's vote these white supremacists out. Power to the people.
Hey, y'all, this ain't over. Say, this ain't over. This ain't over. The fight is now beginning. Thank y'all. Bless you. Bless you all so much. Thank you all for joining us. Our fight continues. Catch us tonight at Mount Hale Missionary Baptist Church for the strategy session. This ain't over, y'all. DJ, turn us up.